Blah blah blah. Have you guys seen Spider-Verse yet?
Not
Yeah.
yet.
Is that a yes from both of you?
Nope.
Okay. Shame on
Good for me. I enjoyed it very much.
I have been traveling for the last week.
Should have fucking taken the movie theater with you.
Should have made Vega go see it. The guy is not busy enough. He needs to take some stress off. He needs to watch a movie.
So, on that topic, fun story about the trip. I was telling him that we should go see a baseball game while we're over there. And he's like, yeah, and then he went and bought us tickets to a Phillies game on Tuesday. And I was like, Brad. So we drive up to Philadelphia on Tuesday, and we get there, and there's nobody there. And then he's like, this is oddly empty for there being a MLB game in a half hour. I'm like, check that schedule again for me real quick. He checks, he's like, oh, I bought tickets for next Tuesday's game.
What?
Oh,
How do you mess that up?
Unfortunately.
The days are numbered for a reason.
Howdy, Stan.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry,
You are super quiet. I'm not sure if you're
Very
coming in
quiet.
through your the mic you're wanting to.
Test 1, 2.
There you go.
Howdy.
Better.
So yeah, we drove up to Philadelphia for nothing.
How long was the drive? Was it like from wherever you were?
From where I was staying, it's about an hour and a half.
Oh, that sucks.
That could be way worse.
I
Yeah.
guess, but I mean, like, that's still a lot of wasted time for nothing.
Like, let me
A
tell you, I
3-hour
drove
drive.
I drove across the state of Delaware so many times.
Oh,
So a heist, huh?
A heist.
None of that.
I assume because you said we're on that Cameron is gonna be here.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I checked with him, and he said he is good to go.
That was what I was gonna ask next out of my own curiosity. Was like, do you have to message him or does he message you privately? Because
For my own peace of mind, I've started just sending an extra message his way, just like, hey, you in?
I mean, I guess that works. If that's how the communication has to happen, I suppose that works better than nothing.
Yeah, it has worked thus far.
Oh boy.
Well, I definitely appreciate you saying that we're on, because otherwise I was just gonna, get ready like normal and then just pray in the last 10 minutes that we
Yeah,
were gonna start.
I could have swore that you weren't going to be gone this week because you were traveling, but apparently that was not an issue.
Nope. Yeah, that was just
No.
a week in the middle of that 2-week where I was gone from Thursday
Yeah.
to Thursday.
In my head, I remembered like lots of specific bits of dialogue that made me think that, because I remember you saying like I needed something to read anyway about borrowing the heist book, and I thought I'd said at some point you'll have plenty of time to plan. And again, that led into my belief that, okay, so he needed something to read, plenty of time to plan. Oh, we're skipping a week.
No, it turns out when I spend half my time just sitting in a hotel room, I have plenty of time to read and plan stuff.
Well,
All right. Which leverage character are we all picking?
By the way, since we're mostly here anyway, when will you know about tomorrow, Moose?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
It sucks, I know. Nobody is more unhappy than I am.
Hello.
Hello.
Howdy!
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
My phone is being rude. There's my phone.
Yeah.
Why the hell?
It is unfortunate. I wish there was something more I could do about it, but so it goes. Because I know we've started bringing on some new employees, but they're not on the schedule, so it might be a case where somebody's coming in tomorrow and I just can't see it.
We indeed.
Well, I'm just gonna say this: if we don't know by 6 o'clock, that is when I'm throwing the cancel. Okay?
6 o'clock tonight?
No, tomorrow.
Or, oh, yeah. I should know before 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Is
Yeah.
you said you'll know tomorrow? Okay, I'm not gonna make you choose tonight. That's
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Monday night isn't exactly the night that people are making other plans for. So, not knowing until right beforehand isn't, I don't think, a complete loss for anybody.
Yeah.
Like,
I apologize for it, but yeah, trying to run a restaurant with only 3 cooks is rough, it turns out.
yeah. No,
Wow,
I just
yeah.
wanna.
Man's keeping
I'm so
him
ready
down.
to be done with this campaign.
Like I said, nobody's more unhappy than I am.
Yep.
I want to keep playing, but
Yeah.
it turns out the thing we said was a problem months ago turned out to be a problem.
What? No. Who could have foreseen?
Because don't get me
Not
wrong,
me.
I love Luna. I do, I really do. But they keep opening up new places, like, way too fast and putting all their resources into this next new place.
Yeah, Taco
And so
Bell did that
Luna,
when I was working there way back in the day.
Luna's starting to feel like the forgotten first child.
Hmm.
So we're like, hey, all of our equipment is breaking and we're understaffed. And they're like, yeah, we'll be focusing on you as soon as your new kid brother is on his feet and going. And it's like, but we're struggling now.
Is potty trained and in preschool in 5 years? Thanks.
Sorry to hear you're like, that situation sucks, and I've lived through it very similarly, at least, but in like a fast food capacity.
Yeah, and so we lost a cook a couple months ago, and that's when we're like, hey, we need to get on hiring again. And the boss is like, yeah, we'll get to it. And then in the middle of my vacation, we lost another cook.
That's not
Like I heard he put his 2 weeks in, like, the day before I was leaving. And I was like, if these tickets weren't refundable, I can almost guarantee they would ask me to not go.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Are they just like literally like hiring freeze, like not even bothering to like look into it or try to do anything with the restaurant?
All of their attention is on the
Okay.
new location.
That's so fucking dumb. I don't understand shit like that from like even from like a business or logisticals perspective, because it doesn't make sense. Like you still, like, I get that you're like trying to get another revenue stream going, but if your like current revenue streams start fucking floundering to the point where potentially like in like worst case scenario you don't have enough people to even run your restaurant, then guess what? You just lost a current revenue stream. Like, if they didn't have any cooks, for instance, obviously the restaurant couldn't be open. So, like, it's so weird to me that, like, that exact scenario can play out multiple times. That it's just like, who the fuck thinks this is, like, a proper way to do business? Apparently lots of people.
People that don't have to work the fucking floor, that's who.
Well, even not even working the floor. Like, it's so fucking stupid to, like, not view that as like a legitimate concern and problem that needs to be like addressed, and just be like, nah man, we're busy, we're busy doing this new thing, we can't think about the current thing. Like, that's just stupid and short-sighted. I just don't get why that's like a common occurrence in businesses.
I apologize for the delays for the Monday night campaign, but that's the situation I'm currently living in. Anyway, on to Brighter Pastures. We're all here. Who wants to start the recap for last time?
We did stuff. Give me a thing.
You are correct, technically speaking.
Haha, the best kind.
I have no memory. How is this the session that I've completely forgotten?
Which is weird, because this session coming up is entirely because of you.
I know that. I can't remember why.
We did a bunch of downtime activities.
Yes, we did.
Apparently I installed the lightning rod and extra battery into the ship. and rumors got spread that I was creating a super weapon.
Well, you are.
Marston did basically fuck all. He just kind of relaxed around town, bought some stuff, did some shopping, thought about life, burned some incense, had a good time. Just kind of chilling after all the chaos that's going around. And then his buddy Kimbrin just showed up one day, and he's like, "Hey, want to help me steal something?" And he had a quick flashback of another acquaintance of his walking up to him and being like, "Hey, you want to help me steal something?" And there was a flash moment where he was like, "God, seriously?" But then Kimbrin explained what he wanted to steal, and I just said, "You son of a bitch, I'm in." And slapped everything off the table. So that was my perspective of what happened last week.
Like, I remember that the thing we wanted to steal was related to Vilrosmir. I just can't remember for the life of me what it was.
I believe specifically you were looking for just data that you couldn't find in the library, and you felt that a high-security research facility would have some more in-depth data.
That's right.
Well, it was actually more specifically that he rolled a failure chance of basically they kicked him out of the library because of possibly being suspected as a terrorist or something. And so he had to come up with a different means of getting the information he was looking for, which led to this.
They suspected
I
him of
remember
being
this.
a criminal, so he's going to become a criminal.
Classic story. You know?
Boom. Doing it.
Yeah, the way I remembered this was it was revenge for getting kicked out of the library.
I think that's just what it started as like a concept, but came into
Yeah, it started
way-
as a joke, but it's become real.
Yeah. I think you also realized as you were like thinking about it and what would have to be done that more and more it was actually probably what you needed anyway. But that like what you were looking for so happened to beautifully, and I don't even think through the intentions of the DM, intersected with my own backstory and stuff I would be interested in finding out. So when you were like, Marston seems like a shady criminal of some kind, I bet he can help me with this. You were actually like, oops, I just told you that I might know why your entire village was destroyed. Or at least be able to point you in the direction of who was behind it.
Last session was just like a confluence of oops, all backstories. Like,
Yeah. Well, I think the best part, I mean, like, I think you admitted it too, is like you didn't even intend that, right, Moose?
no, it just happens to be that our two backstories are clicking in this one particular way. I don't know if Steven intended that, but
It was somewhat intentional. I was sort of hemming and hawing about what to do with Kimbrin's waylaid masters, so I was like, let's throw him at this cursed mountain range. Nobody goes there.
Everything the DM does is intentional. Bless
Yeah,
be.
wink.
Yeah. There we go. That was essentially the session.
it was all planned.
I got to fight Slamcules.
Oh yeah, I
right.
forgot about that part.
Oh, right. That's what
I
you
got
were
to
doing.
I got to fight the legendary warrior Slamcules, and I got my ass whooped, you know.
The
in
man,
about
the
a
myth, the
nanosecond.
legend.
Yeah, I got my ass whooped in about a nanosecond. I think he backhanded me into next week, I believe.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
knocked you out while pandering to the crowd.
Yeah, he accidentally TKO'd me. It was the greatest moment of my life.
You even got an autograph out of it.
Yeah, I did.
Alright, so we will pick up. So I will say right off the bat, everybody's downtime stuff that we covered last time will still have happened. You'll still get the benefits, the drawbacks, and all the other stuff, but I am going to sort of fiddle around with the time a bit just to make this heist timing work. So don't worry about losing anything that you did last time. But rewinding a bit to the middle of the 2-week downtime to Kimbrin, shortly after you get kicked out of the library, are starting to formulate your, hey, maybe we should break in and do this thing, talking to Marston, you get approached by a shadowy figure.
It's never a bright and bubbly figure, is it?
They're short and clad in a cloak with the hood pulled up over their head. It's like, hey, over here.
What the fuck?
Who is this? When is is this happening while he's talking to Marston, or?
A little bit after.
Okay, so I'm not there for this. Okay. I just wanted to check. I was a little confused when about what you said.
And this is just like on the street?
Yeah, like in an alley as you're like parting to go find like the rest of the crew.
Yes, can I help you?
He pulls the hood down, and it's the halfling from the occult club.
I see.
Come over here. I want to talk to you real quick.
We can talk over here?
No, over here.
Okay. I'll follow. Keeping my senses pricked for danger, since this is sus AF.
As somebody who's been stabbed by a halfling pretending to be something they're not, trust me, I wouldn't do that to you. It's insulting.
How dare?
Hey man, you're capable of anything. Even the lowest of the low.
Don't let your memes be dreams.
Once you're a little ways into the alley, he starts talking to you again. So, what do you think of the material that you found in the library?
I didn't get as far as I'd liked.
But it's along the route of things you're looking for, right?
Roughly, yes.
And I couldn't help but overhear a conversation between you and your friend back there of potential ideas for finding more information.
I think you must be mistaken.
Oh, I'm not mistaken, and in fact, I can help.
What is it you think you'd be helping with?
Information, my friend. Information. Unless, of course, you want to. He holds up his fingers and does some air quotes. Break into a high-security research facility without any information.
I have no intention of breaking into a high-security research facility.
Well, you're not going to find the information you're looking for just sitting out on a desk.
Why is it that you're interested in telling me this information?
Because I want to help. I feel like our interests might align.
Go on.
Look, I am a representative from an organization that has a vested interest in this lab, and specifically getting some of the information out of it. So, if you would be amiable to it, I can give you a business card that has information printed on it, and you will go to that location and talk to the man who can better help you.
What organization am I helping here?
He hands you the business card, and printed on it you see BHL printed on it, as well as a street address.
The Better Heisting League.
God damn it.
It's definitely what it is.
We are known as the Bronze Hoplon League.
I like Marsden's better.
Okay.
Thank God
well,
it's
that's
not
just
bad guys
opinions.
hoodwink losers.
That would mean we're the losers.
Yes, that's why I'm glad it's not that.
There's always a chance.
You're telling me there's a chance.
Because we want to help you. We really do. Now I'm going to go, put in the recommendation, and I want you to be at the location at the time printed on that card. Okay? The time says later in the evening, the same day.
Well, I'm not going to say anything back to that. Neither confirming my interest or disinterest.
He holds his hands out to either side. I've said my piece. I hope to work a bit more with you in the future. Until then, he ducks back into the shadows of the alley and goes around a corner. Yeah, you have a business card leading you to a location somewhere in the commercial district. Looks like it's an office.
Cool. Shadow organization. Can only go well.
So, going to gather the rest of the party, or
Yeah, I guess.
similarly, you could throw the card out and not do the heist.
Hmm.
I was
Or
gonna
we
say,
could do
wouldn't
the
that be
heist
wild?
without any of the information.
Also true. Just go full wild card.
Yeah.
Wild card, bitches.
I was about to say, as like the best joke, what if he just threw the card away and we were like, all right, Steven, on to the next, on to past downtime.
Thanks for all the prep. Let's go.
So anyway, the ship, we are re-upping, right? Let's take
So
off.
long. Thanks for all the preparation.
Yeah, you know, it's not like I spent hours building it.
So sad it had to come to this.
And
I'm just not
occasionally that's why
feeling it.
modules are nice.
I don't know if I'm in a heist mood today.
Can we reschedule?
I'm your muscle. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, Elliot.
No, I will reassemble the crew and explain to them the encounter that I had. Because it's definitely weird that a little pissant who was hanging on my every word is now a member of a shadow organization.
No. The Drow and the Tiefling were hanging on your every word. The Halfling was a little exasperated out of everything the Occult Club was doing.
Well, I don't remember it that way, so I'm pretty sure they all worship me. Anyway, yeah, what do you boys think?
I'm not much one for breaking and entering, but if you need help, I guess I'll help. I'll help with whatever I can.
I need to make some adjustments to my armor, I think.
What's your read on this guy?
Well, I am hesitant to accept assistance from anyone I don't know. But whatever information he could have might be essential.
What exactly did he say was the terms of the deal?
He didn't. I think we're going to make the deal next. If there is one to be had.
Well, if it's just a meeting, and we are obviously not done anything as of yet of untoward situation, I don't think there's any risk to it.
That is my thought. Best to go and hear what there is to say.
Besides, obviously he knows something about what's going on, or at least where you're planning to head. Otherwise, I don't think he would have come across your path in the first place.
Yes. What worries me is not the potential of getting caught. It is simply the motives of one attempting to break into a place such as this.
Pursuit of knowledge is always a reasonable goal.
Not when undertaken by the unreasonable.
Considering all the death-defying, life-risking extra activities we've gotten up to in the last few months, this seems like the least risk we've taken in a while.
I don't know if that's a good thing, but all the same.
That's why I brought up all the politic and stuff back a couple days ago.
All right. Who wants to come to the meeting?
I'd accompany you if Sidwell has some objectives to complete on his tinkering.
Yeah, I might as well go.
Good. We could use a bit of muscle just in case things get difficult. Plus, I enjoy your company.
Oh, thank you. I enjoy yours as well, even if you like to stare into terrifying abysses.
It's just my job.
Yeah, I'm converting my armor into the stealth armor. That's what I'm going to be doing.
Nice.
Normally I don't need to be stealthy, but
Heist mission.
Mine's already stealth armor.
I was gonna say, you've got the mithril breastplate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My armor.
The rest of the day passes uneventfully. You leave with enough time to get to the location indicated on the card. You arrive at a modest size building, and you step inside, and there's a attendant at a front desk who greets you with a warm smile. Good evening. How may I direct you?
I have a meeting.
Ah. May I see the appointment card?
I will show her the card.
All right. BHL Leasing is going to be up on the 3rd floor, 4th door on the right.
This is all very official. Let's go.
Leasing, these are the worst kind of criminals, real estate agents.
Exactly.
It's all.
Landlords.
Yeah,
This is
exactly.
actually just a timeshare scheme.
It's landlords.
It's just timeshare.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to sit around for a few hours listening to a timeshare presentation.
As nice as Igneous is, if you just got him sucked into a timeshare scheme, he will beat the shit out of you, or at least attempt to.
Yeah, I was thinking there wasn't going to be combat today, but if this is what it is, there's going to be combat.
Built this entire map just so I can bait and switch you with a timeshare.
That's the ultimate timeshare scheme.
In fact, this entire campaign has been a real life.
Hey guys, could you buy this timeshare off of me?
Steven wrote the whole campaign just to get us to buy a timeshare.
Yeah, it's Vilrosmir. Okay, he really needs to split this bill. Okay.
It's the long con.
Anyway, you get up to the 3rd floor, 4th door on the right, and there is a wooden door with a placard mounted on it. It's BHL Leasing, and there is a small little piece of paper with writing on it that just says, "Please knock."
I'll knock.
Come in. The doors swings open, and there is a small office inside with 2 desks, one at the back, one off to the side, but only one person in the office at the moment. Is a not quite elderly gentleman, probably late 50s. Sitting at the desk. Ah, yes, my evening appointment. Come in, have a seat. Can I offer you any coffee, water?
We're fine.
Of course. Right to business, I assume.
Yes.
That's what I like to hear. Let me start off by welcoming you to this office, and I apologize for the somewhat shady presentation that our young associate likes to take when approaching people. I just tell him you just approach them on the street and offer them the card, and that's all you need to do. But he's like, no, I approach in the shadows and blah, blah, blah. So, welcome, and I apologize if he gave off a poor impression. You can refer to me as Bishop. I am a representative of the Bronze Hoplon League here in Embershard.
Out of curiosity, does Marsden know what that is? Do any of us know what the fuck the Bronze Hoplon League?
Marston, roll me a history check.
Figure if it's a criminal organization, you'll know what it is.
Hey man, I'm not a criminal. Don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't say you were, just that you are aware of criminals.
Would you say history?
Yep.
12.
You've heard of it before, but almost kind of in the same sense that you had heard of the Sigma Consortium beforehand, where it was mostly just, rumors and hushed tones, but the Bronze Hoplon League was referred to as sort of counter-organization, where the couple times you'd heard it, it's like, oh yeah, like, they broke into this manor and stole back a stolen painting.
A little bit, so very much, the Leverage crew.
Yeah. It's Leverage. We're doing Leverage today.
Hell yeah, I love that show.
No one's upset about it.
Okay, I mean, we're here. Obviously we came to listen. Hear your proposal.
Very good. For starters, I can only assume you're curious as to why we would approach you. And for that is, as my young associate might have mentioned, we have an interest in the lab beneath the college. There is some information housed in there that we would like to get our hands on. And so,
What sort of information?
Ledgers, business deals that the head researcher might have been dipping her toes into the wrong pools of water. And right now we merely have our suspicions, but we would like to turn those suspicions into bedrock solid knowledge.
That doesn't sound too bad.
I mean,
And
if
this
it's
individual.
the wrong pool that can have leeches in it, that's pretty bad.
What was that, Marston?
And this individual, what sort of wrong pool might they be looking into?
Well, we're worried that the head researcher has been accepting funding from the Sigma Consortium.
See, leeching off of leech pool.
Yes. And we have had limited knowledge come out of the lab in recent months. At the last we heard, they were putting in an expansion that cost quite a bit of money. And some sightings of some shady individuals have left us curious as to what the research being conducted there is going towards.
So you're not looking for the research itself, more proof to act upon concerns.
If the suspicions are unfounded and the research is being conducted simply by the college, I have no interest. But if there is a chance that a high security and potential hazardous research facility is conducting research on behalf of the Sigma Consortium, that is concerning to me.
Steven, does this guy seem like he's been telling the truth so far?
Roll me insight.
19 on the die, 24.
He is being 100% straight up with you. His primary concern is that the Sigma Consortium is dipping their hands into potential biological weapons and wants to put a stop to it if possible.
Yeah, okay. I'm down to side with the non-bioterrorists. Just this once.
Just this one.
What can you tell me about Harmony?
Harmony in Croania, I assume.
This information you're concerned the Sigma Consortium's up to, and by connection, these researchers got anything to do with that?
You see his face shift a bit to like remembrance and a slightly sad look. Right along those lines, yes. I'm worried they, in fact, Harmony may have been one such event of them trying to test out potential weapons. But that is, as of right now, still just a suspicion as well.
If you were to get sort of conclusions, you would know the people who could do something about that.
Yes, that is the goal of the Bronze Hoplon League. We are the shield that defends the ring.
I can say I'm very much interested in this endeavor.
That's what I like to hear.
I think both our motives and our ends are in alignment, and as such, an arrangement can be made.
Very well. How about you, Master Dwarf? Do you have anything to add?
I don't like weapons that you can't hold in your hands and fight with. So this sounds like shady shit to me.
A refreshing take on the matter. But, since it seems...
Sounds like fighting dirty, you know what I mean?
Yes. That is their MO. They do not fight fair, and we try to amend that. So, since it sounds as though we are reaching an accord, we will press on with the matter of your information. Now, as I mentioned, am only interested in ledges, so I'm not going to pry into what it is you are interested in, with the caveat that, should it prove to be anything malicious, such as being along the lines of what the Consortium is working on, you will be hearing from me again. Pending that not being the case, you can keep anything you find in there to yourselves, so long as it does not pose a public risk.
Our interest is understanding Vilrosmir and how to survive there. The research that was done in expeditions to it previous. We have no interest in current research going on.
Good to hear. Then take solace in knowing that the information you're looking for, as last I was aware, is located in that lab. Given Dr. Palmer's past ventures to the mountain. He reaches into his desk and pulls out a file, sets it on the desk in front of him and flips it open. In here you will find our most up-to-date information regarding the lab. On it there is a rough sketched map of the last known layout, but with a little footer saying pre-expansion, may be subject to change. As well as last verified duty roster of guards and scientists.
Awesome.
Feel free to look through there. If you have any questions before we part ways, I invite you to ask. My key interest is ensuring you have all the tools you need to make this plan of yours a success.
Are the rooms on the map marked?
Like labeled?
Yeah.
Yes. As you examine the sketched map, you note a couple of different aspects of it. If you're looking at the map, I'm gonna tag some locations just to make it a bit more clear. Starting from over here, Bishop begins to explain as you're looking through it. The first room you come across as you go down, there is a security checkpoint. The guard stationed there checks all secure papers to ensure nobody is coming in that shouldn't be there, and nobody is leaving with anything they shouldn't have. Behind that room, there is going to be a station for the guards and the scientists to take their breaks and meals. Kitty corner to that is going to be the primary storage area. Clockwise from there, the last time we heard of that lab, it was used for weapons research. And the area we would point as a highlight would be Dr. Palmer's lab over here, where she was doing her preliminary studies on Bill Rosmere and the living rock. There is a lab, and then behind that is a office where you should be able to find your papers.
And do you think the information you're looking for will be in the same place?
We can hope. Dr. Palmer is very hands-on when it comes to managing her lab. Everything from funding to grants. And picking out the staff who will be working in it. As such, I can only imagine that she would have it in a secure chest somewhere in her office. That way she can easily access it without having to go up to the college proper.
Fair enough.
Do we have a means of ingress? You said there's a checkpoint here.
Yes, indeed. The other bit, that unless you have other desires of ingress, I was going to suggest one. If in 2 days' time there is going to be a delivery being made to the lab, and I will be able to expend a favor of mine to ensure that the delivery includes you. We would hide you away in some chests, pass you through the security checkpoint, and then once inside the storage room, you would exit the chest, or exit the crate, and begin your infiltration.
I mean, that sounds like a good plan to me. Experience getting into some places is typically the hard part. Depends on the facilities, though. Sometimes getting out is the trick.
Yes. With luck, we'll have gotten you past the hardest part of this.
What is our way out?
That will be up to you to figure out. I can get you in, but I can't make guarantees for getting out. There should be, if nothing else, the good old-fashioned hide your face and storm the door, and then just lose pursuit. Though, you seem like a group who's capable of feats of ingenuity, so I am confident that you would be able to ascertain a better egress.
Do you know of any security measures outside of the guards?
Outside of the guards, the facility is a hybrid facility. It's incorporated a number of technological aspects. As such, you can expect probably some security alarms, potential electrical hazards, and I am uncertain as to what might have been installed during the expansion, but I know at least a couple of their checkpoints were set to alert the entire facility if triggered.
Okay.
And beyond that, obviously, the hazards that come from breaking into a hazardous material research facility. I assume I don't need to expound on the hazards that comes from the living rock. He gestures wanly towards Marston.
Give him my attention.
It is a dangerous substance that I don't need to tell you. Take your care around it. And, as I mentioned, try not to leave with anything that could pose a risk to the public.
Understood.
You have my word.
Now, as I mentioned, the entry method using the shipping containers, that plan is set to go 2 nights from now. You would be going after hours. Guards would be a reduced garrison compared to active hours, but they would still be actively patrolling the facility. Should you think of any other methods you might be interested in trying for ingress, I welcome you to try it, but I would urge caution. That way we don't put prep time at risk, as well as lives. And if you have any further questions that you think of after parting ways, you have until mission start time to approach me again to ask them.
I'm assuming what we can see here is all the information they were able to
Yep,
guarantee
that
us.
is
Okay.
pre-expansion map.
Gotcha.
Are there any other entrances or exits, or is this like in a mountain? Like, what's the?
It's to get in, you'll be carried through the college and down into the mountain range. It's carved into the stone
So there's only one entrance or exit?
Official entrance or exit, yes.
Right. And we don't know of any other entrance or exit.
Igneous, roll
Oh, boy.
me. What's your stone cunning thing for dwarves?
Does it exist for my particular brand of dwarf?
Yeah, because I think the only thing that changes is the feat you get, like toughness or armor training.
Oh yeah, okay. Whenever you make an intelligence history check related to related to the origin of stonework, you are considered proficient in the history skill and add double your proficiency bonus to check. So if it's stone based, I am automatically proficient and I double it.
All right.
Let's make-
Roll me that check as you examine this map.
That is wonderfully average. Okay. So history. I'm already proficient, so I'll just double that. So 16.
16. Nice.
Or wait, is it
as
double the
you're
proficiency bonus?
looking
Sorry, I
at the
just
map, you feel that a facility like that, if it expands too much, they would need to install ventilation to help air circulate, as well as drawing in fresh air from above.
Well, depending on the size of this facility, and you said there was an expansion, there would have to be air vents somewhere to facilitate the intake of fresh air. They'd all just suffocate down there.
Good to know. That might be a way out if it comes to it. Possible rate of egress. But I think we should stick with our current plan on the way in.
I was more thinking of a way out.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the size, it would work for either one. I think.
That's good
I think
insight, Master.
We've determined that the way in is relatively easy. Smuggling in. My concern is getting out with what we need.
Well, without knowing where the vents already are, we'd have to look for them while we're there. Realistically, I mean, it probably would behoove them to have multiple ventilation systems. I don't know if each room would have one, but maybe different sections.
Are there records anywhere of this renovation? Surely if they're tunneling into the rock, they must have filed a plan with the university. Or with the city itself.
He pulls out another bit of paper, and on it is it looks like a copy of an official document. This is a transcript of the document that we got from the college's office. The work being done is being listed as shoring up foundations.
Right.
But the careful observation has suggested that the amount of work being put in suggests that it is a larger endeavor. So, on the books, it is nondescript.
I was simply wondering if blueprints might include locations of ventilation. Somewhere.
Typically, but depends on how complete the blueprint is, or if it was included on this set.
Well, if you can find the official blueprints, not the watered-down one presented to the college, feel free to take it. It might give us some insight into how they lay out other facilities like this one.
Yeah. Just to be clear, I'm talking about like trying to find a blueprint before we go, right? Not while we're there. That kind of.
There's no official blueprint for the expansion. They are doing it under the table, as far as the college is concerned. If the set blueprint for the expansion is still in the city, it'll be in the office, likely.
What about the blueprint for what we can already see?
It'll show
They
you
might
what you...
ventilation even before they began their expansion.
It's a possibility. If you feel the need, there is a records office in the college that might have the lab layout for what exists.
Right.
That said,
Well, I think
since
that's
it's a
next
secure
step.
facility, I can't imagine they would be keen on handing it over, so it would be a bit of a test run for your heist.
What do you guys think?
Well, I think it could be beneficial information. I think the knowledge of the ducks themselves work as a potential means of escape. If we risk doing something like this and get caught, or at least alert some attentions that this sort of information's being looked into, it might raise the alert for the actual facilities on the day of. I think it might not be worth the chance.
Still, I want a plan for escape before we ever set foot in there.
Well, we already got one. There's not really much you can do. We don't know what the situation's going to turn into as we proceed.
Assuming you guys tell me about this stuff, I could make a plan to try and find those blueprints over the course of the next 2 days under the guise of I am a research scholar for the ring, and I'm wondering how, depth of rock reacts with the characteristics of the ring, and looking for examples of underground excavation.
Well, to be fair, it really sounds like this was basically all done off the books and in secret. So, like, if you were looking for something like that, there's no way they would point you to these, like, hidden schematics or hidden research facility, like black site blueprint facilities. They would probably just give you, like, geological survey or basic engineering information.
My biggest concern right now is that we have a great way in and no real way out, and I'd really rather not just bloodbath our way out of this place.
We do, though. Like,
Well.
we don't know. We don't need to know we know the vents have to exist by virtue of people needing to breathe, and
Right, but
like
we don't know
the
if they're
check.
big enough that we could crawl through them. Or
But
that
no,
they're-
everybody
but-
can call through events. That's
Yeah.
that's just the way events work. Come on, man.
I guess in this discussion, if that was the concern, would, based on the schematics that we do have, just not these like secondary secret ones, is this like event structure that a mouse would fit through, or like that people could fit in?
Igneous, roll me another stone cutting check.
That's a lot worse. That's a total of a 10.
Total of a 10. To properly circulate air through an underground facility, it needs to be a fairly sizable vent shaft.
Yeah.
Okay.
Enough that a medium creature would be able to squeeze into.
I was gonna say, it feels like basic knowledge. Maybe that, like, it couldn't be like straw sized or like too small, or else the flow would be completely like inconsequential.
Per the rules of a heist, there will be enough room for somebody to make a snarky one-liner about how cramped it is inside the vent.
Good to know.
Come to LA, have some laughs. I will be dropping Bruce Willis one-liners in events.
Yeah, I knew that there would be at least one or two Die Hard references, but I was just
Mhm.
hoping it'd come later, you know?
Nope.
That is a movie I have not seen in far too long.
I'd
Oh.
never seen it until just last year.
Oh, wow.
What?
Every
It's
Christmas.
the best Christmas movie. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna say that's when we watched it. We watched it on Christmas.
yeah. Well, it is the best Christmas film.
Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho.
Anyway. Are there any other concerns I can try and help you with?
I think we got as best planning as we can out of the way here. Just let us know where we need to be in preparation for those crates.
He writes down some notes on another slip of paper. Be at this location 2 nights from now, just after dark.
It'll do.
It has been a pleasure, and who knows, if this goes well, the Bronze Hoplon League may be contacting you again in the future.
Tip my hat and turn to leave.
The door swings open as you all leave, and then closes with a hushed click as you pass through.
We've had some strange bedfellows of late. First, possible ancient hero. Now these oblong fellows.
Oblong.
Very obtuse.
Stephen, if I can make a joke out of your secret organizations, I will.
Like, I knew as soon as I said Hoplon, somebody was going to make some kind of joke, but my guess was going to be Hopalong.
I was gonna work up to that one. I didn't see a good in for it, but oblong was right there.
And, like, the little card you got, it's got, like, the little sigil of the group where it's, like, a Hoplon shield, but, like, the front face of a bronze dragon head with the, like, 8-pointed horns.
Alrighty then. Very fancy.
You know, realistically, if you're worried about an exit, if this is a research facility, it should be full of nerds. I can just punch our way out.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
I'll
Punch your way in,
I'll
punch your
punch
way
a
out.
pencil pusher.
Chop the
That's
head
all I'm
off
s-
of some ways.
All I'm saying is that if it's for the greater good, I'll punch a pencil pusher.
Who knows? Maybe even take his lunch money.
Your ability to punch people has never been in question.
If we don't swirly at least one person on this mission, tell us where the keys are.
I'll hold
Who
him
does
by
number
his
2
ankles.
work for?
You just indicate who's the nerdiest with sort of a high-pitched nasally voice, and we'll take care of the rest.
You want a nasally
Do not put
voice?
that evil on us.
Because I
It's
can
going
do
to
the
be a
nasally
fucking gnome,
voice.
okay? Do not put that on Steven. It's going to be a fucking gnome, and he's going to be crazy as shit.
Not all my gnomes are crazy, they're just obnoxious.
Yes, they are. I have a sample size of 2.
There's been like 4 gnomes. Thank you very much.
That was the number last time, was 4.
Yeah, and they're all the worst, Steven.
What can I say? I don't like gnomes.
I don't know why Obsidian was just
I'm
a
just
gem.
getting tired of
Okay.
your casual D&D racism.
Oh.
Like, I just don't like gnomes is a pretty racist thing to say.
It's entirely
Sure is.
because of a past campaign I was in.
Yeah, I get that you, like, have an upbringing that, like, led you to dislike certain races, but that doesn't excuse your behavior. Just explains it.
Hey, you
Uh.
know what? You know what? Get rid of these gnomes. Make Elysia great again.
I'm just saying,
Okay, and with that, we're changing pace.
I'm
Uh.
hoping you can grow your bigotry. That's all.
Anyway, you guys leave the office. You got 2 days. A lot of you who are already doing your downtime stuff, you're back to just doing your downtime stuff until the heist begins. Stan, your newspaper ad gets a hit.
Ooh. All right.
Local singles in his area?
And they want to meet.
Nice.
Sounds good. Where at are they looking to meet at?
I believe you listed the ship.
Oh yes, I did. So yeah, I'll let them know. Morning, day before the heist.
1 second. I'll be right back.
Meanwhile, Igneous is doing a Rocky montage.
Ha!
I'm training. Rocky? Oh, fuck. I didn't even do that on purpose.
I mean, how could you not? You've rolled 2 knowledge of rocks checks today.
I mean, I guess in my head I was realistically thinking like Mr. Incredible, but that seemed a little too much.
Hey, level 20, no one's gonna question that shit.
I'm
It's
just
true.
gonna be lifting trains. No one knows what they are. I'm lifting trains. Actually,
Well-
there was a train in the Grand Market actually. So.
Yeah,
Skid's
I
gonna
had an
invent
underground trolley system.
and then you're gonna lift it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could be the guy that brings the railroads up to the surface.
Dost thou even
Jump.
hoist?
Like straight up. Get in on the ground floor of that. You guys would be rich.
Ground floor, sir. Trying to get to the surface floor. Trying to get to the upper levels.
Anyway. You said day before the heist or day of the heist?
Day before the heist.
Okay. You approach the location, and there's individual standing, leaning against a wall as they're waiting.
Do I recognize him?
You do.
All right, I will approach. Helmet off, obviously.
Man stands up. He's quite tall, very broad. Said well.
And who is this?
This is Borson.
Morrison.
Like the cheese.
Oh. Glad to know that you
B-O-R...
survived.
Oh, wait. B-O-E-R-S-O-N. Borson.
Not like
Glad to know somebody else other than Hammond survived.
Oh, God, Hammond survived. Well, I suppose we needed comedic relief from somewhere.
How have you been doing, you old dog?
Oh, you know, living the dream. But... it's not been the same.
Well, of course it hasn't. Brand new world.
It's... weird, it's wrong. Horizon go down, not up. That's how it's supposed to be. I don't like looking up and seeing other continent.
Well, how have you been faring these past couple of months? Know of anybody else?
No, I heard of a couple others passing through, but I didn't end up running into them. They didn't have big brain idea like yours to post newspaper ad.
Well, I figured, since this all seems to be a bit of my fault in the end here.
He waves his
doing my
hand.
darndest-
No.
Doing my darndest to see if we can get everybody together, anybody that's left, and, potentially make an escape back home. Though I don't know. I don't want to leave anybody behind if they don't want to be.
Yes. I can't imagine anybody wanting to stay on this skinny world.
It's not bad for an adventure or two. But I wouldn't want to live here, I think.
But yes. Here I am. I assume you are back on the ship. Ergo, having me meet by ship.
Ergo. I've been set up as navigator for this boat.
Ah, knew you do it. And
mind
this
you-
world doesn't have edge to fall off of.
True that. True that. Well, not exactly. It does have a bit of an edge. You just have to go and find it.
He scowls, looking off to the walls to either side of the ring. Just
being
fly
said-
straight line.
Exactly. That being said, I did bring Ham aboard as crew, after some bribery, just to keep an eye on him.
He's smart. He is like Weasel. You let him out of your sight and he's off in the shadows, chittering away with his tiny weasel teeth.
So, are you looking for a job, or do you have
Well,
you set yourself up here?
I've been working as a laborer here on the docks. It was a very short walk to the boat, so thank you for that. But I miss having ship beneath my feet.
Well, I know that this boat is probably going to be leaving in a few days' time. If you are interested, I do know the captain, and you could probably name drop me.
I will be
Mind you,
dropping.
it's not a normal boat. It's like Mr. Penix, it flies.
Oh, yes, that explains why it is so high up in the mountain here. I am joking. I've been working here as laborer. I've seen their ship. But yes, it is with many thanks, Sidwell. I will be seen about working aboard ship.
Alright, sounds good then. I look forward to working with you.
Of course. Pravda. Until next time.
Till then. And then I'm going to take some time to make sure that the captain knows that, yes, this Borson is somebody that I know and that I would sign off on, and that he is better behaved than Hammond.
All right. Borson. Okay. Oh, and Borson, for the record, these half-orc. Big burly half-orc.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else have anything they want to take care of before the heist, now that amid the downtime, you know you're going to be going into something?
Great question.
I am going to, like, over the 2 days here, like, I'll discuss this with the Better Heisting League. But like, kind of like, is there any sort of like badges or like credentials that people maybe wandering around this facility would be expected to be wearing? Like identifying stuff, and then like if so, seeing if I can work with them or someone else to maybe try to forge some credentials.
Yes, all the scientists that are working in the facility carry badges that they wear clipped to their coats. That said, one of the risks we had considered of trying to use forged documents is, since it is a somewhat smaller facility, we'd imagine the guards would have memorized all the scientists that are authorized to work down there. But, if nothing else, it could buy you a couple minutes, maybe even an opportunity to get off a bit of surprise if you're caught. Catch them off guard.
Right back.
Heard. So,
Some contingencies and backup plans never hurt anybody.
indeed.
What about a consultant, an outside consultant? Is that something we could bluster our way through? I mean,
Like, listing yourselves as outside consultants.
yeah, like a guest. Just, maybe communication fell through. Maybe someone didn't get the memo.
Could
We're
work.
an expected consultant on How old is the expansion project again?
The expansion has been underway for the past... we noticed it begin about 8 months ago. Very well could have been going on for longer.
8 months, I mean, that's not nearly enough time to finish a delicate secret project, I would imagine. We could pose as consultants for the construction, finalizing safety inspection.
Safety inspectors.
I mean, I have some stone knowledge. What if I'm an outside dwarven consultant brought in to check the stability of the vents?
That could work. I like this. That said,
We don't know.
we'll need to get you some more official raiment for it. If you go back to the stairs, down to the basement, that's one of our storage rooms. There's going to be an attendant there who can get you set up with some disguises.
Ooh.
I'd best go over my armor.
Oh, you're wearing mithril. It will.
Yeah, who best to inspect your ventilation than a dwarf, eh?
It's very true.
This way, if the escape plan was any concern, we know exactly where the vents are.
Steven,
Yes.
I have some things I would like to acquire.
All right.
As well. During
Definitely.
our prep time. So in terms of like good escape plans, I think either A, creating a distraction, or B, breaking sight lines are both going to be helpful if things go to shit. So I was curious about two things. Number one, an ever-smoking bottle, which is an uncommon magic item.
I think Marston bought one last time.
What?
Ever
Yeah,
smoking
I think
bottle?
so.
Yeah, I that was the one that was the thing I picked up.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
it couldn't. I mean, if you want one too, go ahead. It's not like
No, I figured we just needed one, you know? If things are going to shit, like, ever-smoking bottle in this tight, cramped area, like, there's no ventilation other than the vents, like...
Oh god, putting an ever smoking bottle
Ow,
into
fuck.
a ventilation shaft.
Well,
Yeah.
that was the other thing. I was like, we could... the other thing I was thinking about was, like, alchemist's fire.
Oh,
Because, like,
Oh,
it's basically the D&D equivalent of starting a grease fire, right? And that's a great distraction, right? You just pop some alchemist fire into a vent, they're fucked.
no, don't
And-
worry. I can flush them out of the vent.
Yeah, I figure that, and then just, like, some cabbages. You toss all that in, those cabbages will smoke right up. You'll get, like, all kinds of weird-looking smoke pouring out. Ooh, maybe some copper. Weird colored flames. Really concern people, you know?
Yeah, all
I'll
of that
leave
you
with
would
that.
be able to find in town.
I mean, that's also like a potentially like evacuate the facility by causing.
Exactly. Right. If we
Something like
force
that.
an evacuation, nobody's going to be looking at our credentials. But even if they do, if we have fake credentials, then we can just show them and walk right out.
Mhm.
All we have to do is start a grease fire in a vent.
Also, if we start a fire in a ventilation that leads to the outside air, it would bring notice to the existence of the facility, and then the secret facility would be no longer secret.
See, it's all upside.
Let's burn this fucker down.
Remember, if you're gonna burn it down, burn it all down.
All right, I'm buying a vial of alchemist's fire, 2 cabbages, and a small amount of. Oh, what metal do you guys think? Just copper, or something fancier like manganese?
Copper's fun. Nothing wrong with green flame.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. How much is Alchemist Fire?
I think it's 50 gold.
50? Alright. So yeah, the cost of the Alchemist Fire, and then the copper will be easy enough to get your hands on.
I have copper pieces, so
Yeah.
right there.
And then the cabbages, they're cabbages, a couple copper.
Cool.
Okay. Marston, the bishop works with you to jury rig and forge some documentation. And Igneous, down in the storage area, you meet with the attendant, a small halfling woman who greets you and starts showing you some of the clothing they've got stored that can be used as a disguise, official-looking stuff that can help you look like a inspector.
Okey doke.
Excellent.
Any other bits of setup you lot would want to take care of?
Ugh.
What sort of weaponry are we gonna be able to bullshit in here? Because I carry a halberd.
Yeah, the halberd's gonna be a hard sell.
All right, hand axes it is.
Yeah, I feel like any reach weapon isn't gonna fit in the chests that we're talking.
Yeah,
to.
it'll need to be sub 5 feet,
Could I develop a spring-loaded halberd?
like an extending pole, but with
Probably
a
not
halberd.
in a day.
Go gadget.
That's
yeah,
the
that would
long-term
be
goal.
bit more than a day-long project, but if that's
Yeah,
something you want to work on, go for it.
I'm just.
It just looks.
I-
It looks like a hand axe, and then like it spring loads into a fully retractable. That'd
Like,
be
no, I
awesome.
like it.
You've got my creative juices flowing, and that's what I do as an artificer. Okay. Like,
It's really
That's
like the
amazing.
magic item, the extending pole, just with an axe at the end. Like that's
exactly.
not. Yeah, that's not impossible.
Hell yeah.
Well, the best part would be having the, like, you know, pointy bits being part of the retractable design. Essentially, like, they're spring-loaded, and then they basically fly out and, like, lock into place once it's extended.
This
Right.
this is legitimately a starting weapon from Bloodborne.
Is it?
Fuck. Yeah.
I'm trying
pretty
to think.
much.
The collapsible axe. It's one of the it's
yeah.
the heavy starting weapon.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's just a
Um,
hand axe, and then its alt form is it just extends out to a really long pole axe.
I'm a whip cane guy.
It's been a long. Yeah, I was gonna say I played through a lot of the early game with Whip Cane.
Yeah.
In D&D, there's a common item that's just like a gentleman's cane. It's a cane that turns into a sword.
Doesn't
Yeah.
it lose that ability the first time, or is it continuous? Like you can swap back and forth.
I don't know if
multiple
it can
times?
turn back.
I was gonna say if it couldn't turn back, that'd be a pretty lame item. Like
Yeah,
one
it transforms
one time, it can turn from a cane, an innocuous cane, into a weapon, and then it's just a weapon from that point on.
You can get bamboozled once by it.
Only takes once.
That's very true.
All
Alright,
right.
let's steal some shit.
Yeah. The night comes around. You meet at the location. Disguises are on, forged papers are forged, and you meet at a warehouse with a couple of guys standing around some open and empty shipping crates. They see you approaching and wave you over. There is a dwarf and a half-elf with the group. All right, you the cargo?
Beep beep. Yes.
God damn it. God damn it.
No.
If you've spent your
Thank goodness.
inspiration, get an inspiration.
No.
God damn it. That got me. God damn it.
I didn't think you could get you that much.
I don't know why it did. Oh, God, it's so stupid, but it got me. Oh, Jesus.
Best ones always do.
Oh, man. It's like Skarnir with what else do you have up your sleeves, but my sleeves have melted off. Oh.
Alright.
Alright. So, quick rundown of how this is going to play out. We're going to put you in the box. 2 people per box. It's going to be a bit cozy in there. We're going to seal the box, and then we're going to carry you into the college, down through all the stuff. It is going to be vitally important that you stay quiet. Once the crates are dropped off, make as much noise as you want. We'll be scot-free. The half-elf steps forward. Since, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly from the rundown, this is your first heist. Fun little tip for if some guards are coming down a hallway towards you and you need a snap, sudden, we need to do something. Do any of you know Minor Illusion?
Hang on
Sorry,
a second.
what did he say?
Do any of you know Minor Illusion?
Oh, yeah.
Oh shit, I do.
Miners typically aren't illusionists, but I don't, whatever.
So,
This guy and his jokes.
a fun trick for those of you, or if any of you, know Minor Illusion. Somebody's coming down, you need to do something. You make a 5-foot by 5-foot box, and you hide inside the box.
Well, that's just fucking genius.
The guards are gonna come along, see the box, be confused by the box, but then say, I don't get paid enough to move boxes. And they're gonna keep walking.
Is this a Metal Gear reference?
This is
Yeah.
definitely
It is, in fact.
Someone is
Like,
Never-
someone is going to
knowing Steven, it's 100%.
it's straight up one of the only reasons why I ever want to play like an illusion mage is just so I can be like an arcane trickster, like sneak in somewhere and just Metal Gear Solid my way through it by just illusioning boxes.
One
I
of
mean,
the
I can
coolest.
Minor Illusion and Pass Without Trace, so if you want that to happen, like, we're going.
One of the coolest like Pathfinder concepts for a character I ever saw was basically a fight, basically a completely martial class pretending to be a mage.
Yeah, I remember that one.
I'm like, that is freaking brilliant, and I love it.
Yeah, like I thought about trying to recreate it in 5e, but
I don't think it works.
it doesn't.
There were too many like bits and bobs and things from like
Yeah.
Pathfinder that
That
allowed it to even function as
Just
a
helped you
concept.
fib it. It was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Pathfinder
think
get away
the
with so
closest
much
thing would just be to
bullshit
be an
without-
artificer, but at that point you're sort of magic anyway.
Yeah.
No, not.
Uh, uh,
Arcane
Magic-
Archer Fighter.
yeah,
Yeah,
magic
you
by
really
any other
do
name.
Have like it's not magic, it's science.
To be fair, you can totally play an artificer exactly that way, where it's like none of this is magic.
It's how I've
I'm-
briefly played my
Yeah.
artificer. It's like, no, it's
Yeah,
not
I'm-
magic.
I'm doing tech, like, and then just don't even treat it as like arcane offshoots. And I think Stan's basically doing that to moderate success. So I'm enjoying that. But yeah, that I don't remember what it was called, but like it had a fun name too. It was in that like big ass book of NPCs they published like really late
Yeah.
Yeah.
into the Pathfinder's run. Yeah. Good stuff. That basically the whole box.
It had a shit ton of use magic device.
Yeah, basically. It was use magic device, deception, and like just loaded up with, magical items and knickknacks and stuff. Good stuff.
So yes, if any of you know Minor Illusion, that's my fun little infiltration tip. Now,
Oh, I already have a plan for Minor Illusion. It does not involve a box. It involves something that looks very much like living rock.
Now, unless there's any other questions, get in the box.
Why would we need an illusion if we already have a box?
He makes a good point.
I mean,
What's
yes,
in
I
the
suppose
box?
you could just carry these crates with you. But
That sounds suspiciously like work.
it sounds an awful lot like work.
Whatever you say, Scott.
Ooh, somebody went to college.
The dwarf stands next to one box, the half-elf next to another, and they usher two people into each crate before sealing it up. Out of curiosity, who's paired up in which box?
Yeah, because I got comments from my partner. Damn. Nobody's
can-
volunteering for the
who can-
igneous
Who
box.
can silence the dwarf?
I mean, it probably shouldn't be Elgavar, so...
Oh, I'll go with Igneous. I'm relatively slight. Oh, wait.
Alright, so...
Make yourself a different shaped humanoid.
Oh, right, Changeling.
I mean,
when we get into...
I imagine the split. If he can make himself smaller without like wasting anything, would probably be, I guess, me and Igneous, and then Elgavar and.
It's just an action.
Okay, yeah. Elgavar and Cameron.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, I'm just gonna become... Yeah, it just says the same basic arrangement of limbs. That is the only requirement.
I don't like that.
You can be a different race, none of your game statistics change. You can't duplicate the appearance of a creature you've never seen, and you must adopt a form that has the same basic arrangement of limbs you have. Boy, that's
So you're not...
a really weird, specific... Like, just
Yeah.
the limb? Everything else can change?
Well, so the idea is that like you can't disguise yourself to be missing an arm.
Mm,
That was specifically the Mike Merle's interpretation of that.
Well,
That makes
I
sense.
assume it means you can't, like, become a humanoid dragonfly with wings, you know?
Sounds like you
Yeah.
can't become an animal either, because, like, their limbs aren't arranged the same way. It's the same number, but it's not like...
yeah, so
But
it's not like
you-
free wild shape.
Relatively
Yeah.
human-shaped.
Yeah.
But you don't have to be a humanoid, right? Like, you could be something that is technically a fiend, but, like, has the same arrangement of limbs. Right,
Probably.
you could be a mind flayer.
You could probably be bestial, too, like a null or something.
Exactly. Same arrangement of limbs, but not humanoid, technically.
It's probably DM discretion at that point.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are things that are classified as not humanoids, right? Like Fae, but have the same limbs, right?
That's
You'd
true.
have to be a particular breed of Yuan-Ti then too.
Right, but you could be one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh,
Anyway, I'm
interesting.
gonna call him really itty bitty, Steven.
I'm gonna say to my box partner, you know that they'll never get away scot-free after they drop us off because I called him Scott, so now that they're never gonna be scot-free.
Ugh.
Igneous, I need you to listen to me.
Yeah.
We're about to start moving here, and we're
Uh-huh.
not going to say anything until we fully stop moving in that supply warehouse.
Don't make me regret sharing this box with you.
I just look and I just stare at you. Completely unmoving. I've got stabilizers. Sure.
All right, you guys begin the trek to the college. It takes an uncomfortable amount of time. You start to feel like muscles tightening up, bit of a cramp. Eventually, you reach the college. You hear yourselves going into a building, going through a slightly echoey corridor, and then down a ramp. Fairway, and eventually you come to a stop. You hear chatter outside. The guard at the check-in point is going over the delivery dossier. Oh, hey, you guys are the delivery this time. Their guys are going over the delivery manifest. Has you all listed as just equipment for the expansion. You get waved through. The cart begins moving again. You turn a corner, go through another set of doors, and then you hear some grunts of effort as they lift the boxes off and set you all down. You hear a rhythmic knock on the side of the boxes and a quick practice pry to unwedge the lid. They poke their head inside real quick and say, "All right, you're in. We're going to go. Give us about 5 minutes before you get moving, okay?"
Goodbye, Scott.
I'm not Scott.
Goodbye.
They replace the face of the crate in such a position that you can easily, quietly remove it and exit the crate. 5 minutes pass, you exit the crate, and the delivery guys are nowhere to be seen. You are in a closed warehouse. There's 2 sets of double doors. Both of them are closed. You are inside the facility.
Holy shit. Heist time, bitches!
All right.
Open the box lid.
Steven, can we place our miniatures?
I can. Yeah, place them by these crates. The ones with the lids sort of partially
lid are-
off. Yeah. Yeah, these 2. Yeah. The warehouse is high ceiling and 3-tier stacks of crates going up along the walls. The center is more of a working area for crates that still need to be moved to their specific destination. You see all sorts of different work equipment stowed away and ready for processing. But otherwise, it is quiet in here.
Oh shit, you guys. You know what I could have done that I didn't do? We could have figured out who the researcher, the head of this place is. All I need to do is see them, and I can take their shape.
Oh, shit.
Well,
Changeling.
shit.
I completely forgot about the changeling aspect when planning this.
Yeah, me too. I used it to get into a box easier.
I mean, we can potentially... That might come in on the fly. I also can disguise self one time a day.
Yeah, worst case scenario, we can just turn into a pair of guards.
Damn, you know who could have disguised self endlessly? Ugh.
Some guy who's probably in prison right
Some guy who would have been really useful in a heist, but isn't in our party anymore.
Some guy who probably would have joined the Bronze Hoplon League anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead, we got a murder hobo. Not a crime hobo.
Yeah. We got the crime hobo for all the murdering, and the murder hobo for all the crime.
Do
I
some
aim
crime.
to please.
Which one of us is nasty crime boy?
Mr. Nasty Man.
Oh, man.
All right, well,
that's a
take
rapper name if ever I've heard one.
Nasty crime boy?
Sir, are you assuming they're side hustles?
Like, no, they're probably the most, like, straight-laced individual in the scene. Like, donating to charities, all this other stuff. That's the side hustle.
I think we should search this room, just
quickly. quietly look around, trying to assess. I mean, like, assuming we need to go further in, so we kind of know we're probably, what is it, alt-click?
Yep,
Right?
alt,
Yeah.
tab click.
Tab-click. We're probably planning to, like, head out that way.
Yeah, I think this is our ultimate goal. Is this room.
Oh, is it?
I thought
yeah.
This room is listed as Dr. Palmer's lab.
Okay. Well, yeah, just take a look around the room. Like, I'm assuming we know that one of the vent accesses is in this room here, based on the image and what we already know of the blueprints we got.
Yeah. As you guys are poking around, you do come across one of the vent shafts.
Oh.
If you guys are looking around this room, Igneous is just gonna straighten out his uniform to make himself look more official, and I'm gonna AFK for a second. I gotta use the bathroom.
How dare you?
I also
know.
go to the door here and take a listen. Like, trying to get a
alright.
feel. Like, I'll sit there for at least, like, 30 seconds to a minute. Probably a minute. We'll say a minute. Just, like, listening at the door to try to get, like, just a guess if... Am I hearing, like, heavy foot traffic, or does it sound like the halls are mostly abandoned? Because what time of... This is in the middle of the night, right?
It's about an hour and a half after dark.
Okay. Do we
So-
know if this facility, like, closes, or is it kind of, like, all hours operation?
The bulk of the people that work in this lab will have left for the night, but there's still a couple of, diehard scientists that might be around, as well as the guards that are patrolling. So roll me a perception check.
Can do. 16.
16. As you listen, you do hear footsteps. It sounds like there's more than 2 guards patrolling but you can't quite pinpoint where they might be. Given the echo, it sounds like they're coming from either 1, 2, or 3. But since if you poke your head out a little bit, you would be able to confirm it's not coming from 1.
Okay. Like I can basically hear footsteps, but
Yeah.
like they're
Coming
distant
from
enough.
around
Yeah.
this area. Distant, but still echoing.
I mean, listening long enough, then, like, does it sound like they're making a circuit of this area, or just basically walking back and forth between, like, 2 and 3?
You're not entirely sure from 30 seconds.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'll wait. I'll just
Okay.
sit here for a bit.
It
Just kind of motion to the party, like, give me a second.
You hear the footsteps and a bit of chatter. It sounds like it's going from 2 to 3 and eventually to 4.
Okay. Again, I'm trying to complete a hypothesis here, so, like, I'll give it as many minutes as it takes to see if I'm hearing them make, like, a continuous circuit.
After about a couple minutes of waiting, you hear footsteps coming around 5 and towards the 6 and the door you're at.
Okay.
The guards pass by the door and continue on a 1 and 2.
I'd let the group know. Based on blueprints, I think they're just kind of making a slow circuit around these 2 interior rooms. What are these things? Like windows?
No. Like the one right here, if you look at it, it looks like just stone. Essentially, that's how I'm marking certain paths for the vent shafts. So it's under the ground. You can't see any difference with it. So it's
Okay.
just solid stone.
It's just discolored on the map.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, all right.
You guys, it's all just the same matte gray stone, carved smooth.
All right. So I think we got 2 options here. We can try to time it and make for the interior office around their patrol, or we could enter the vents.
I'm just gonna take a quick eye of the measuring of the vents. How big are they?
Big enough to where a medium creature could squeeze into it.
Okay. Do we want to split up and maybe?
Not particularly. I don't know if we should, It sounds like it could be disastrous unless we have, very defined goals in mind.
Well, I suppose there's a third option where we wait for them to get right around these doors, grab them, drag them in here, and knock them out. But that has plenty of risks attached to it.
That sounds like our worst option.
I mean, we could split up, but I guess it depends on what we find in our target room, whether or not we need to explore more of this facility. I'm thinking I could go wait for them to pass here, get around the corner. I'll make it right here. Wait for them to pass around here. Start working on the door if it's locked. And basically, as long as I keep a ear out, I could potentially get in there unnoticed. If you guys want to start pursuing the vents, possibly find a different path or see if there's more unknown here. Obviously, we know there's an entire complex to the right of us.
I'm concerned about the vents simply because I got stuck in those gnome tunnels from earlier.
But no.
Yeah, but those gnome tunnels were for a small creature. That's why I didn't go in them. I said, you all crazy. And we just sort of ransacked the place. My proposal. You could all wait here to see if I mean, do we have any reason to believe that the individual would like be here after hours, or do we have like no idea?
Like the doctor's personal schedule?
Yeah.
You would have heard that she tends to be one of the ones to work late hours, so there's a good possibility she might be in the facility.
Okay. But not necessarily in her office, but that seems like a pretty likely place they may be. I feel like before we do any other exploring, like we need to like complete the objective, so to speak. And I guess we don't really have any way of knowing if she's there or not.
Yeah, I think
Short.
our best option is some information gathering, one way or another.
Well, I mean, like I said, the trick is basically if I enter this area here and they're around the corner, I might be able to do it without alerting them. But like if they are there, then I guess me sneaking into that room doesn't really accomplish much, because I would just have to bail. But in theory, if I did that and then like escape through the vents, I could see essentially where those come back out. Maybe get an idea of like how we would get there alternatively.
Right. We can always try to create a distraction in another part of the facility and draw them out.
Hold on, let me double check something.
Did you happen to hear how many there were in the hallway?
Could I tell? I mean, it sounded like you said 2, but
As they're
looking like 4.
more than 2.
Okay.
As they're passing by, about 4.
So jumping them is absolutely not ideal.
Yeah, no, there's no way that's gonna. If there was 2, maybe. Let's see here. Let's see. Didn't be under. Okay, up to 3 creatures. Okay, perfect. So, I can. I'm going to establish a psychic link with the 3 of my compatriots here.
Nice.
Hours equal to the. Let's see. Energy die. It doesn't expend it on the first use of this day. So let's see. Roll. 4. All right. For the next 4 hours, I can communicate that with them telepathically.
Solid.
Well, that's definitely a thing.
Can we communicate with you telepathically?
Yes, you can communicate. I'm double checking. I don't think you can communicate with each other though. Okay. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you can speak to me and I can speak to you, but you can't hear each other. So.
Right, but we could communicate with you, and then you could tell everybody.
Yeah, or I could tell any of you, and you would, or I guess you would all hear what I'm saying. But, yeah. So, I'm like, gather up here. I kind of like look at you all, and then without seeing my lips move, you start hearing me. And I don't think I've really used this on anyone in the party except the goblins. Maybe Passenger once.
God.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Is that
sure.
you?
I'm the
It's
only one
me,
who's literally never
Margaret.
seen this happen.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, to be fair, I don't think they really knew what was going on in the Goblin Cave. I wasn't really sharing what I was doing.
Nope.
I just kind of was like, hold on, I think I got a plan. And then I just kind of walked us in, being like, don't worry, they're not going to... All right, look. From here on out, we try silence. You can't hear each other, but you can speak to me and I can speak to you. I think we can make that work. That helps us be as quiet as humanly possible.
Steven, it's at this point that I'm going to cast Pass Without Trace.
Nice.
All of us plus 10 bonus to our stealth.
Now,
Oh man, God,
so,
Marston,
yep.
what's your stealth gonna be with your Cloak of Elvenkind?
Well, I believe the cloak just gives advantage.
Oh, advantage.
And it's visual only, which I suppose would be relevant here. Let me double check that.
it's like the boots are sound based.
Yeah, and those are the ones that I...
Yep. Checks me to hide. Use the cloak's color shift to camouflage you. Oh, checks made to see me have disadvantage, and I also get advantage if it's visual based.
Nice.
So it does double up essentially if it's visual based spotting me. So in theory that would still work if I were to like hug the wall and basically camouflage into the wall.
Yeah, pretend to be part of the rock.
Yeah.
Like, I don't remember this weird lump being here in the wall.
Yeah.
Marston's essentially invisible now.
But yeah, with that plus 10, my base is a plus 20. So
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Ours is impossible to see. We get it.
But yeah, so yeah, I basically I already outlined what I plan to do. Is like so with the psychic talk and the bonuses, this should actually facilitate it even better. So I'm essentially waiting till I hear them hit about here, and then I'm sneaking out of the room to go here, waiting for them to pass here, and then starting to work on check the door basically.
All right.
Okay, so are we? Is this just you? Do you want?
I'm thinking you guys should hold here. If anything, even stay out of line of sight in case they like open the doors or anything at some point.
Sure.
Like basically, like someone could hide here, or like in here, so that they're essentially kind of not in direct line of sight of them. Like I don't know, checking the interior. They obviously didn't pass through it last time, but who knows?
I'm gonna be right here, and that way I've got a good line of sight on the door. So.
I can't remember.
Guys, you were searching some of the crates as well.
Yes.
So, those of you searching, roll me.
Damn, this ability is freaking amazing.
Investigation?
Yeah.
Yeah, because like sleight of hand and perception don't quite seem right. Straight 11.
5.
2.
Damn.
Oof. Yeah, with the 2, the crates you're looking through, it's just basic building equipment. Some scientific gadgets and gizmos that you're not sure what they do. There's what looks like a lot of moving parts to one of them, and it's like, how does this even work? Let's see. Elgavar, what did you get?
5.
Igneous, what did you get?
11.
11.
You're so good at searching things, you guys.
Igneous, inside one of the crates, you find a rope of mending.
Wow.
Rope of mending?
Yeah, you can
My
cut this
God.
50-foot coil of hempen rope into any number of smaller pieces and use an action to speak a command word, causing all the pieces to knit back together.
Oh yeah, I was actually almost gonna ask you for one of those for a custom item.
Hell yeah.
You need to have all the pieces touching each other in order to do it, and the rope is forever shortened if a section is lost or destroyed.
Nice.
Alright. Marston, the guards end up passing, making their way into 4.
Okay. Around the door.
It is locked.
Alright. Pop the thieves' tools.
Roll me that check.
I'm assuming what that's dex space, right?
Yeah, it's Dex plus proficiency.
Okay.
If you're, proficient.
Oh,
And that I am. I believe I'm even the other thing.
expertise.
Expertise.
Nice.
Unexpert, if you will.
Assuming a shady businessman took proficiency in thieves' tools, not a criminal.
Hey man, I have expertise in thieves' tools, deception, persuasion, and stealth.
Because he's an upstanding citizen.
Because I'm an
he's a
upstanding citizen.
businessman.
I am an international
No
businessman.
on an
international
international
business
business trip.
trip.
We've all seen How I Met Your Mother.
I haven't.
Oh, well.
Nope, I watched a few episodes.
I've seen the whole thing. Good times. Cultural
I
landmark.
watched it when it came out. So.
I kept getting
Oh.
referred to as Ted Mosby, so I didn't watch it.
I'm sorry. To be fair, that's like the lowest hanging fruit. I'm pretty sure they only did it because of the architect thing.
Yeah, if the red cowboy boot fits, Steven.
God damn it.
You're no Mosby.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
most
you're a
people-
Barney Stinson, damn it.
Like, when I went to the wedding, I wore a tweed suit, and I kept getting referred to as the sexless innkeeper.
Okay, well, that one's on you. Like,
Yeah.
you wore a tweed suit, Steven. If you don't want people to make fun of you, wear normal clothes.
Tweed is normal!
Why is
Anyway.
there, like, why don't tools show up as like a thing on the
I
front
don't know.
Anyway,
maybe
the
on?
guards spot you.
So
It's
weird to
annoying.
me.
It's
Alright.
under. Well, they don't show up under the tool.
I think he means for, like,
on it.
rolling with the...
Yeah,
dice
there's
roller.
no
Oh.
like you'd assume that they just like I don't know populate in the skill area if you have them or something like that.
Yeah,
But
I do wish
They-
that was a
they-
thing that
they
was
do not.
included on the skills list.
Well, you can always add them as
Um,
a system skill, and then you can roll with them.
Oh yeah,
I suppose 6.
it's
So
such a
gonna
big
be
part of some classes though. It should just be on there. I think.
It should.
yeah. There it is. And then proficiency. So that's gonna be a double proficiency. So 28.
28.
Cool.
You start working on this door, and you can tell it's a complex lock. I'm also going to have you roll me a perception check while you're doing this.
Okay. Nat 20.
Nat
Or
20.
24.
As you're working on that door, you hear this door over here open up a bit, and a
Sorry, which
guard
one?
sort this door
Oh,
right
lounge.
here.
I was tabbed when you did that.
The
so I
lounge
wasn't
door.
sure.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And a guard, you can hear stretching, yawning a bit, looking around, but then closing the door again. Then you also see on the side of the door you're picking a Plaxane biochem lab, Dr. Reed.
Okay. I mean, hearing the noise, I'm guessing this guy came out, didn't just stretch and go back in. So he's either walking left or right, is my assumption.
And about that time, the lock clicks.
Okay. I take that opportunity to, pop the door quietly and basically slide in.
Also, just for the hell of it, roll me a stealth check, please.
Okay. Uh, 34.
Jesus.
And I do have the cloak popped as well, so I am kind of like at least chameleoning through the environments.
Yeah. This guard rolled a 3 on the die.
He's
So
doing
they
a
got
great job.
8 to see your 34. And just walks past, whistling, which you guys hear.
But when he gets here, I am gonna psychically say, another guard rotation. Might be coming into that room. Look alive.
I'm going to turn into my infiltrator armor.
What's infiltrator armor do for?
Sounds
It
badass
it's
as hell.
My it's the same thing as my arcane armor, but instead of having temp HP boosts, I get a ranged attack and advantage on stealth and a couple of other things. Like I said, I was switching my armor out. That's why I said I was doing those couple of days.
All right.
I like that you spent a couple days turning your big plate mail radiance armor into ninja mode.
Yeah, it's good.
I mean, technically, it only takes me. I can do it between long rests, but I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't take.
I know, it's just conceptually, it's really fun. I'm assuming he's not actually here because I told everyone not to stand right near the door. But
Like I said, I'm in line of sight, so that way I.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just where my character was for searching. I was going
Okay.
to place himself here.
just checking.
And then
yeah.
my illusion, a box around myself.
Nice.
I'm just inspecting the boxes. I'm still just digging through. If anybody walks in here, I am just going to try and bullshit my way as the inspector because I don't stealth. So,
Yeah, well, I mean, ideally, just don't get seen.
Yeah.
well,
I don't know
that's
where
why
this
that's
guy's
why I'm in
going.
the corner.
I don't know if he's actually going in that room, but
Everybody in the storage room, roll me a stealth check. If you are trying to avoid being seen.
Yeah, I still am trying to avoid being seen. That's why I'm in the corner. With that plus 10,
yes.
24.
33.
I went the wrong direction on D&D Beyond. I'm getting there. $28.
28. Okay. The door opens, and you guys see guard walk in, look around, and he locks his eyes on the place where the new shipment came in. Kimbrin, you see him walk right past you. Elgavar, he's right around the edge of the box as he is looking over the shipping manifest and begins inspecting the crates.
I'm going to try and slip back around this way.
He looks up from the manifest, sees the lids off of the crates, and Kimbrin, you're right next to him, so you can hear him. The hell? Somebody already unpacked these?
shit.
Let's see, this was supposed to be weapons lab equipment. Huh. Guess the doctor in that lab is still in. Oh well. Damn impatient eggheads. He folds the paper up and continues walking out.
Good. Good.
Exhale.
Yeah. His stealth, or his perception check, honestly wasn't that bad, but your guys' stealth was way better, and then his insight check was garbage.
He is not
Hey, Pat-
paid enough to critically think.
I was gonna say path of least resistance. If you can reasonably convince yourself that something's not going to require you to do more work, you're probably gonna take.
Yeah, like he was probably like, oh good, I get to be on break. What do you mean there's a shipment I need to check in? God damn it.
Oh hey, already solved. Lucky me.
And I've seen someone's face, and I can transform into them.
It's true. Marston, you step into
Is this
a...
where everyone in the lab turns and looks at me into the Spider-Verse? Grab a bagel.
Do you have a bagel in your hand? But no. This lab
Selecting a bagel.
is currently empty, and it smells medicinal in here. Like, it smells
I'm assuming in a bad
sterile
way.
and yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like, everything's
I know what you're
sterile,
talking
and you
about.
smell like a slightly astringent scent in the air. Like somebody was working with herbs and various medicinal items. The lab off to the left has a number of alembics on it. Everything's turned off at the moment and everything's cleaned, but you still can smell the work that had been done. And then off to the right, you see another lab station that's covered with a number of books.
All right. Given that we're here for some documents, I'm going to start looking through those.
Roll me an investigation check.
Uh, 11.
11. You can't find much in the stacks of books around here, but you do find a file sheet with some notes written on it. It is Dr. Reed, and then underneath in it, there is... Let's see. My code names go. Somewhere around here. Where did they go? We will say this is... simply labeled as Operation Herbicide.
I'll take it. Roll them up. Grab a scroll case, or like those like messenger tubes that you can kind of.
Oh.
So I've got that kind of strapped to my back. So I pull that forward, pop that open, shove those in, reseal that, and then make my way over to the door here to listen for a bit. See if I can hear anything. Scratching of like a quill or...
roll me another perception check.
19.
You hear some scratching of a quill and slightly annoyed chatter like somebody talking to themselves. And then you hear the very distinct snap of a book closing, chair being pushed out, and footsteps coming towards the door.
As soon as I hear, like, basically, like, the snap of the book, like, I'm already reacting to trying to go down into this air. Is this down or up?
Hmm?
The air vent. Down in the floor or in the ceiling?
Ceiling.
Okay. Are these like the types of tables that I could get under?
Yep, there'd be space underneath.
Okay, I basically hit the deck, roll, and then like push myself like flush to the wall, like full camouflage up, basically.
All right, roll me stealth.
32.
Oh. A man comes out of that lab, or the office, and with the briefing for the mission, you would know that Dr. Palmer, the researcher you're looking for, is a female.
Mhm.
The doctor, the guy who comes out of this office, stops, looks around, kind of confused. You feel his eyes, like, pass over you, but then he keeps walking. And then when he gets to the door, he reaches out and says, "I thought I locked this." Ugh. I need to stop working these late hours. Exits, and then you hear the lock on the door turn again.
All right. I update someone else in Reed's office. Man, believe he's leaving the facility. I give it like 30 seconds, and then check the store.
All right, that door is also locked, but I'm not even going to make you roll for that one. It is a fairly basic lock, since the main lock is the lab one.
Makes sense.
You're in.
Inside this lab is, or this office, it's a very Spartan.
I know this is a rug,
room.
but like the first thing I thought when I saw it was like a golden sort of like aura of like, here's your target zone.
Yeah, no. It's a fairly sparse office. It looks like stuff has been recently been moved around, and the person in this office is still waiting to get some stuff, as there is just spaces waiting for like bookshelves and stuff. And then on the desk there is a couple of books and a main book just sitting right in the center, along with a couple of sheafs of paper.
I take a a little bit to kind of make sure whatever I'm looking for is probably what we're looking for, but like I'm probably gonna take that book, unless it seems to be just like a, I don't know, like a freaking clock in clock out log or something like that.
The book seems to be the personal work journal of Dr. Reed.
Yep, I'm taking that. Basically, beforehand, I jerry-rigged my my normal like dagger harness to kind of be able to fit some stuff in there too. So I kind of like meshed that behind there.
And then next to the book, right on top, there seems to be a scrawled memo. And on it, it's memo addressed to another doctor in the facility, penned by Dr. Reed. Him complaining about the sudden office shifts and how he had been hoping to get the new office, but instead was given Palmer's old office.
Wait, is it Reed or Palmer that's the...
You're looking for Palmer. This is Reed.
Okay. But the
And
person
then-
that just walked past wasn't Reed.
It was Reed.
No, it was.
Well,
I thought Reed was the lady. Palmer's the lady?
Palmer's
No.
the lady.
Palmer's the lady.
Okay, so it sounds like this isn't... Or wait.
Since the last update, the Hoplon League had been a new arrangement.
So this
Yeah.
isn't even the office we're looking for anymore, is what I'm
Correct.
getting.
Yeah, we
Yes.
thought it was, but it's not.
Okay. Well, I'll take that book anyway. But then, unless anything else catches my eye in here, like a key or anything that looked like it might be access or
Nothing that showed up
facilities-based.
with reception.
Okay. I'm taking that book and I'm making my way back out to the door here to
Oop.
listen
There we go.
and wait to take another opportunity to bypass the patrol. And while I'm doing that, I would be like, wrong office. Looks like she's not in here anymore. We're gonna have to go further in. Did get a book on my way back.
Steven, about this patrol, are they just like marching in circles for hours? Is that their deal?
Not for hours, no.
Do they stop?
Around, we'll say 10 minutes or so have passed, and some of the guards walking in the patrol split off. You only hear two individuals walking past the door.
I'm going to take my opportunity, and I will relock the door as well.
All right.
And then so basically wait till they pass around the corner, and then make a break to the storage room again.
Yeah. You make it back inside. Everybody is still safe and undiscovered.
I got a few research documents, but I don't think anything that we're directly looking for. We can obviously look at them when we're out of here, but I think we're gonna have to go further in.
We have to go deeper.
I found a rope.
Excellent. We can add it to the likely 40 feet of rope we currently have.
You know, you never know when you're gonna need some rope.
Oh,
Sure. I mean, we're going to do some
Thank
ventilation
you.
shafts, so we're going to likely get caught up in the rope, fall from the ceiling, and shoot up the place.
It's going to look like one of those drama plays. It's gonna look
It's
very
gonna look
good.
like a firefight. But yeah, I'm thinking the best way in is gonna be these vents then, because we don't know if likely there's a door, a hallway we could go around, but we don't know what we're gonna see there. At least this way, we're gonna be out of line of sight.
Thence it is.
Marston, real quick. As you walk in, another bit of paper slips out from some of the papers you had taken. And another bit of it is a similarly scrawled memo from Dr. Reed complaining about the new control room and the noise it's been putting out every once in a while when it powers up.
I'm assuming that's gonna be further in then, or is that referring to like this room right here?
That room that you just tabbed is listed on the blueprint that you had been given before. And you, when you had stepped out, you had seen what looked like evidence that the hallways off to the side are parts of the expansion.
Yeah. I'm guessing this power room then is further in, so. Because you said this one's list. What is this listed as?
Weapons research.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't know. I think unless I'm missing something from what you're trying to say, I think further in still the course here.
Well, I think he was trying to say that we might be able to use the power turning on as a distraction.
Yeah, but we're not in that room, so
Yeah.
I suppose we'll probably hear it if we get close to it.
What can I make? Like another stone cunning check? Would some sort? Would like we keep talking about using the ventilation system. If there's already an established area and then a new area, would it be in two separate systems entirely, or would they have hooked the ventilation system together?
They would have hooked the ventilation up together.
Okay.
But also, roll me a stone cunning.
18.
When installing new shafts and pipes, you would want the central focus of it to be as close or centralized as possible to just make it a bit more efficient distribution. And depending on how far the area has expanded, you're probably not too far away from the control room.
Okay. I'll relay that the control room should be close, ideally.
Do we start our way into the vents then?
I believe so.
I take a few deep breaths and start unscrewing the panel.
I'm happy to go first.
I'll go third. Yeah, third, I think.
I'll take up the rear.
I guess I'm going second then.
Alright. You guys make your way into the vent. It's fairly claustrophobic as you work your way into it. Kimbrin, you get about 50 feet in, going around a couple turns, and you come across a fan that is spinning.
That's not ideal. I assume it's made of metal.
Yes.
How fast is it spinning?
Fairly fast, and the air coming off of it is brisk. There is a small light off to the side that says power on, and then a dim one that has power off, but it is not lit.
Okay. What do you think? Do we just jam something in this fan?
That would make a lot of noise.
Yeah.
So
Is
even
there
if it was off, would it be something you could crawl past, or?
It would be a tight fit, but you would be able to get through.
Is there a service panel for this fan?
Not in the vent.
Just we try another route then.
Well, I mean, didn't we literally see like an on-off switch?
No, it was
It was
two
just an
lights saying
indication
that the
light.
power was being fed to the fan, and a light that would come on when saying no power was being fed to the fan.
Oh, okay.
But I confuse the fan to being on if I were to switch the lights. I'm being dumb, okay?
Hey, engineers have done dumber things than linking indicator lights to actual power.
I mean, that's a fair point. He might be able to rewire it.
Well, that's why I was asking about a service panel, but there's no
Oh,
service panel
okay.
here.
Steven, can we see where it's getting power from?
There's no exposed wires, if that's what you're...
Well, we got disguises and credentials. Why don't we use those? You know
I
how
mean,
awkward it would be coming out of the control room in the vent? It'd look much more natural if we approached from the door.
this is true. Okay. We go back out, and we walk down that hallway like we belong here. Then, what if I just change into Dr. Reed?
Well, you could change into that guard, and I could change into Dr. Reed, since you don't know what Dr. Reed looks like, but I do.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
That's good and well for the two of you. How do the rest of us?
Well, you guys have your disguises and credentials, and we just back them up.
Yeah, I have a disguise, yeah.
Yeah.
Alternatively, you could also wait here. We could potentially find the way to turn this fan off, and then you could proceed forward as well.
Igneous is not about the vents unless he has to, so that's
I mean,
where
do you-
he's coming
so-
from with like.
So, did you guys have disguises?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Igneous
Oh,
went
okay.
and picked up the technician disguise, and
And then the
Safety inspector.
the credentials I worked on came through.
Yep.
Okay. Well, yeah, sure. I mean,
Yeah.
between those three things, basically us looking like someone who's supposed to be two of us looking exactly like people supposed to be here, and then
with
two
authority-
people that
with
look like
authoritative
technicians or
voices.
something.
Okay,
and
yeah,
Elgavar
sure.
knows his way around technology, so he can just talk brain.
Here we go. You just look pretty, Igneous.
I always do.
There you
So,
guys
yeah,
he's gonna be the
butt
safety
wiggle
inspector
back
now.
out your way, and
Yep, we're gonna back our way out and then attempt the face route.
Yeah, I'm the safety inspector. Elgavar is the technician.
Take a little time, perfect cover. We're going to the power room to look into the noise to see if there's anything that can be done due to the
Nice.
complaint from that memo. And I even have the memo.
You have the memo. Ah,
You wrote the
Great.
memo.
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, there we go. I think we've got as solid as we're gonna get.
All right.
We're going with that.
Regroup and onward.
Time for some bullshit.
Only the purest of bullshit. will suffice for our party.
Like a mountain stream that a bull is shitting in.
Igneous will throw out that maybe Kimbrin should walk behind us, act like he's our rear escort, so we don't get off track.
Sure. Yeah, I think.
Because you look
I
like a
think
soldier.
Martin goes first, and I'll go in the rear and just back up whatever story you tell.
Yep.
All right.
Just I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Take a moment for fluid adjustments.
Sounds good.
Yeah, at this point, then Kimbrin's making sure that the special guests do not get off track.
Exactly. I'm here to make sure you guys don't go where you're not supposed to. That way, no other guards feel like they have to do that job.
Exactly. We are so good at heisting. Oh my god.
Like professionals.
I'm gonna grab myself another beverage. Be right back.
All right, I am back.
Alright.
Howdy.
Just saw a piece of mail on the counter that Eve 6 is going to be in Rochester on July 9th.
Hmm?
The band Eve 6 for Down by the Riverside.
I am
I'm
not
back. How about
familiar.
everybody else?
Howdy.
What are we
I
not
mean, I don't know
familiar
if the band Eve 6. I don't know if they're similar to like Yellow Card. Maybe kinda.
Hmm.
I don't know. Just, they're gonna be one of the acts this summer on the
Gotcha.
Sunday. So that's kind of cool. That's like the only one this year that I like would consider going to, I think. Just kind of neat.
All right, back.
Howdy.
And I know, obviously, I don't have a lot of a voice sample, but I did at least hear him talk a little bit.
Oh, for Reed.
Yeah. So we're not going to get Southern Gentleman Reed. Everyone else take the opportunity to step away.
I believe
Yeah.
so. I think we're just waiting on Cameron. Oh, do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
The Clone High sequel we got 20 years later, I've
Yeah.
been enjoying a lot.
I watched the first 4 episodes.
It's been fun.
What's it on?
HBO.
Or Max is what they're calling themselves now. Because apparently the I suppose it's not a new move, but like a fairly common move lately has been PR disaster. Just rename your company.
What PR disaster did HBO have?
The merger they did with like Paramount, basically where they, as like a big tax write-off, essentially erased being able to even stream a bunch of content. They scrapped a movie that was like 80-90% done, said they weren't going to release it for because it didn't meet their standards. And like a lot of it was like a lot of the content they got rid of was like animated shows too, and like stuff where there was big outcry from like the creators, like the showrunners and artists and stuff who basically worked on these shows, and were like, yep, they're just basically gone now. Because the way with which they were able to write them off, basically, I think must have required them to essentially like remove them from their platforms, to be like, we don't make money on these, so we're using them as a tax write-off or something. Because like they basically pulled like dozens of shows all like overnight without any notice, during the merger stuff. And again, it was entirely as like this big tax write-off move to show that they had a really good third quarter for investors and shit. And it's just complete horseshit. And it sparked a lot of conversations about like kind of our responsibility to content and media that exists, to, you know, like not treat it like fucking like commodity, you know, like if this was art, you know, like once the Mona Lisa completes its world tour, we don't just throw it away, you know.
Yeah.
You know, and it's kind of like there's been a big like there's been a discussion about that for years now, because there's whole like, you know, video games and stuff that basically just don't exist anymore, because once the servers are closed down, they're just gone.
Nobody's
and so like
maintaining them,
yeah, so it's like as a like kind of as a like a historical art form, kind of, you know, what's our responsibility to various content like that. But yeah, it was just gross, corporate, shady, disgusting shit. And like I said, I'm guessing that was part of their rebranding themselves as Max instead of HBO Max. Outside of just the fact that they're also, you know, more than just HBO.
I think it was like Stars or something, just like, because Paramount has a different one, just as like a note.
It might not have been Paramount, but it was like it was one of the like, I don't think it was Stars.
Paramount has their own. Paramount has their own
It
one.
Stars might have been part of it, but like they were just part of the like overall media company. Yeah, I'd have to look to see which specific group it was, but
It might have been Hulu.
no.
No, Hulu's Disney.
Yeah, Hulu's part of Disney.
Oh, right.
Anyway, we're all back.
Yeah.
Just Discovery.
So, new plan is set.
And and Warner Bros. They were like the overall conglomerate in the mix. Anyway, yeah. Go.
Yeah, you guys exit the storeroom and into the hall. These guys are all set. Which direction are you checking first?
Straight and left, I think.
So going towards 5? Or,
No, like our left.
Gotcha. You guys get to the crossroad there and see that the door here is closed.
Locked?
You are about to check it. Alex.
Yep.
I want you to roll me a dexterity save.
Ooh.
Pretty safe.
Dex save, huh? Does danger sense count in this instance? I don't remember.
This is
when that-
exactly danger sense.
Okay, so advantage, yay.
What the hell is going on?
A dex save.
Things
Well,
that are
I still-
dangerous.
I still only have a +1, so 13.
You notice up near the top, near where the door meets the stone, there's a number of wires going in and out of the stone, suggesting that the door is probably trapped in some way.
Okay. Put my hand on Illusionary Reed's shoulder and point up towards the trap.
Remember, you can speak telepathically with me too.
Oh yeah, I'll just do that. Yeah. Looks like this one might be trapped.
There is
Up
also a little placard on the wall right near the door saying Operation Victor.
Are these doors too?
Yep, those are also doors.
Okay. Divert a bit. See, like, check these doors.
That
Kinda
door
just
has
keep
a
walking casually.
placard next to it saying control room.
Aha.
Is this also locked?
No, it is unlocked.
It was labeled the
Okay.
whole time.
Well, we could just walk in there, or I could try to disable the trap here for Operation Victor. What do you think? Going to the control room?
I think we
Check.
should go to the control room. If nothing else, we might be able to disable some alarms in there.
And
So
was
that
it
you trip
yeah.
something.
was it control room or power room that was making the noise?
Control room.
Okay. Yep. Head on in.
You open the door, and two of the guards that you saw patrolling turn and give slightly confused looks at seeing Dr. Reed coming into the control room, especially being followed by two individuals they don't recognize and another guard. Is there something we can help you with, Doctor?
You may be aware that I have been several noise complaints in this area, and I kind of wave the paper around in my hand. And to my surprise, I actually found some individuals able to look into it. I figured I'd have to be waiting for paperwork for weeks.
You know how the organization feels about outside contractors, Doctor?
Got the credentials. I believe they've been vetted. I don't see the harm in them working in the facilities.
The guard holds his hands out, doesn't say anything, but he's clearly motioning to see the credentials.
Yeah, I mean, we'll show our badges. We got
And kind of
some
gesture
badges.
impatiently.
He looks everything over. What do you think of this, Felix?
Is he talking to me, Steven?
Yes, Kimbrin, you notice he is looking right at you.
Yeah. I kind of figured. I'll say, in Felix's voice, we had them checked at the checkpoint. Everything seems clean.
Roll me a deception.
Yes, sir.
Did you need one from me as well or not?
Yeah, I'll take one from you too.
One deception.
What was that, Kimbrin?
21.
21.
24.
You see the guy, guard sort of chewing it over. The other guard over here at the station turns around and gives him a look. Alright. Everything checks out, I suppose.
I'll
But-
say. Oh,
No,
yeah.
go
keep
ahead.
going. I was just gonna say, don't worry, I'll be with him the whole time.
Just going to point out, they may be outside contractors, but they still need approval if they're going to be changing anything. Don't forget that.
It's just an inspection. All the changes will come from the top.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll fill out the proper paperwork if it comes to that. But, as I said, I wasn't going to let this opportunity go by. You know how slow paperwork can be around here.
The other guard over at a control panel looks over. So does that mean we get to start our break early?
If that's how you'd like to see it, I don't see why not.
The guard that had been talking to you sort of grumbles, tries to think of reason to tell you no, but motions for the other guard to fall in.
If it'll help, I'll stay here as well. I'm already here well past when I was intending to leave. If it makes sure that the wheels are greased, so to speak, I'll stick around.
Marston, roll me an insight check.
17.
You get a feeling from the look the guard gives you, you're the reason he wants to say no. But he can't think of a reason to say no, officially.
Like me being here is the reason he wants to say no, or just me in general?
You get the feeling he doesn't like Dr. Reed.
I'll just leave it at that then. I won't say more or push it.
We'll be back in 10 minutes.
I just nod and gesture to these two. Well, get to it. Not them, but Elgavar and Igneous.
Yeah.
Elgavar, inside the room is machinery.
All right.
You don't say.
You hear the telltale rumbling of various, bits of clockwork technology, the rattling of a boiler, but you also hear a low thrum emanating through the room. This room also feels incredibly drafty.
Okay. So let's go ahead and let me take a look here.
How many drafting tables are there, Stephen?
17.
That is drafty.
I'm going to head over here. This looks like a control panel of some sort, and begin inspecting it.
What was the chair and monitor over here? Is that what that?
Yeah, it looks like a monitor with some readouts and some dials and knobs. Elgavar, over on this side, this is a boiler as well as some pressure readings and some levers.
Okay. And then what is this, like a solid wall, or is this something that I can see through?
That is a solid wall, and it says power field generator.
Power field generator. Okay. Well.
Is this like a vault door or a fan?
That is a fan.
Okay, I'm assuming blowing out.
Like above
towards
you
us?
is another fan, blowing down. On that one is sucking air in.
Oh, okay. So this is probably how the rest of the facility is getting most of its fresh air.
Yep.
Well, this isn't my purview, so I'm gonna let Elgavar kind of make his assumptions on the room here.
Okay, so we've got our boilerplate here. We've got a power source. We've got our monitors. What all is showing on the monitors?
There's a couple. There is a dial showing how much power is being generated and put into the facility, boiler pressure, as well as fan control.
Well, everything right now is set to normal. So, do we want to increase the power and cause everyone to scatter, or do we want to decrease the power and cause everyone to panic?
Well, considering what they're researching in this facility, I don't think we want to do anything that could potentially compromise it.
Especially with us inside.
What's inside?
They're experimenting on living rock.
I just look perplexed.
I mean, you know what this is at this point. It's been discussed in party on a couple different occasions. It would have been in the room where we just planned this heist with the Better Heisting League.
Elgvar wasn't at that meeting.
Oh yeah, he was not.
Elgvar has literally no idea what Living Rock is.
You do. I told you all about my backstory, which would have involved Living Rock.
Okay, I don't think I was there for that session. Then.
You were. It was the on the ship session where we all basically told all of our backstories right after picking up Igneous.
I completely passed on that. I'm sorry.
It was a while ago.
It's okay. But yeah, I mean, like in character, you would know what it is, like cursorily.
Okay.
It's essentially
at least in passing.
Yeah, it's because I mean, Marston doesn't know a lot about it. He just basically explained what it. He would have at a minimum explained what it was when he was mentioning what happened to his hometown. But it's essentially some kind of terraforming gunk.
Yeah.
There's basically like a whole like chunk of one of the continents that's basically been rendered onto a wasteland due to it, and there was a frontier town nearby that also was lost to years later a who knows what, but Living Rock outbroke and ate up all the matter basically in
what was the name of the you said it was Project something.
The door you passed by was Project Victor.
Project Victor. Is there anything here that indicates door control for Project Victor?
Yes. Project Victor gets its own dedicated portion of the control panel.
I'm just wondering if there's a way to just disable the door controls, so that way we can get through the trap without having to...
From this panel, there's no specific just the door.
Okay, what do we have for Project Victor?
do we have any like
is...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
I'm assuming I'm assuming Project Victor is something we do not want to shut down then.
Yeah, probably not.
On the panel there is Project Victor main power, backup generator readings, as well as dedicated fan control and unit containment.
Alright, well,
we could start with fan control, but then that would probably set off alarms. I'm assuming anything related to Project Victor is going to set off an alarm.
Do we have any visual on anything happening in the rest of the facility from this control post?
No. It's not like a computer screen.
Okay.
I think the one thing we could probably safely fuck with would be fan control. If
I don't know, we should probably fuck with containment. I feel like that'd be a good... I feel like that'd be a real good one to fuck with.
I was gonna say if we were gonna set a bunch of cabbages on fire,
if we were gonna commit suicide, we probably want to fuck with containment.
Well, actually, if we could fan control and just turn off like this long enough for us to get in there, I think that would be the plan. basically, even if it's possible to like set it on like a reset, so like once we're in, it'll turn back on. That way, they're not wondering why the fans are off when they get back here in 10 minutes. Stan, you able to rig something like that?
I think I can.
I feel like that's the plan. We get into the vents, and then we just disappear from this room. I'm going to work about, like, kind of looking at Reed's handwriting on the note I've got, a couple materials I've got, and I'm going to make basically a note that I'm going to leave in here saying inspection fruitful, paperwork will be forthwith, good eve, gentlemen, or something like that.
Yeah, make
Alright.
sure to write like a dick though, because we've pretty much established that Dr. Reed is kind of an asshole.
Well, it seemed like only that one guy hated Dr. Reed, but
Right, but you should like, really lean into that.
all right, but yeah, basically the point I'm trying to make is like I want them to see that and be like, by the time they get back, they'll
Right.
be like, I don't want them to think about it too hard. So maybe I'll just how about inspection fruitful as I expected. Work orders to follow, and then just sign my name.
Nice. Real a-hole move.
All right. You have the note written. Around the time you finish that up, Algavar, you think you have a read on how to shut down the fans temporarily by just rerouting a bit of power into a something blah 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 tech speak.
Dark side complete.
I'm going to reverse the polarity of the power flow temporarily, and then it will reset itself.
Ah, yes.
All right. Oh, I also forgot to mention there is also a dial or a switch on there for power containment door release.
Power containment door release?
This door.
Oh, okay. I don't think we need to fuck with that right now.
Because behind there are just like a couple of boilers, right?
I really want to fuck with it though, but there's more that.
Remember,
needs
we're
to be done.
trying to not
No,
blow up the facility. Maybe with what we find, maybe we do get to blow up the facility, but we can do that on the way out.
Okay.
Yeah, we blow up the facility on the way out, not on the way in.
Not
Sure,
to meta, but
sure.
if we fuck with anything pertaining to containment, I think we become the big bad evil guys.
We really do.
Marston,
Like,
yeah.
prior
No,
campaign knowledge, we
We're not-
become the
yeah.
BBEGs.
I mean, depending on what happens here, I could see Marston dying in this place.
Mm.
I think that's called a DMPC. Bringing back Star Wars rules. If you dark side enough, you become a DMPC.
Really? That's a
Yeah.
mechanic.
don't have
If you
dark side
accrue, it's like 14 dark side points, you officially become corrupted and become a villain.
It was like higher than your wisdom or something.
Yeah.
Interesting. I
And
suppose
I was the only
I'm
one that
guessing
got
that.
dark side points.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm guessing it's a campaign setting where like obvious. It's just like the movies, very like black and white. In
much.
how it interprets
Yeah.
evil and whatnot.
I mean, it's kind of like the werewolf rules for 5e. Like, if you embrace it, like, that's when you become evil. You know, it's not exactly the points. It's more just like, if you're leaning into evil.
Well, what I meant was like it sounds like it basically doesn't allow you to have, I don't know, evil characters.
Yeah.
Like, there's
here.
specific, like, evil campaigns.
Fair
but,
enough.
Yeah.
Uh,
Like, if
it's
running
intended-
a normal campaign. It's like, no, you fell to the dark side. You now become a villain that at some point you have to fight.
All right, neat.
Anyway, that's a different game setting.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Ironically, that could have been Marston in my original ideas for him, but his sort of like character arc and motivations evolved a lot in the first, I'd say, 5 sessions we ran.
I find that happens with a lot of characters.
Yeah, I mean, like you have an idea. It's also just hard to play someone that's like real shady or self-motivated when if like the rest of the party is leaning towards like not that.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, there were some moments where I'm like where Amanda did shit where I'm like, damn, that's actually evil. You know, but no one's like I'm like, geez, I wouldn't even risk doing something that crazy. Like the multiple times she basically tried to murder somebody out of pity, or not of pity, out of spite. Like, fuck government officials. This guy deserves to take a header off an airship.
Yeah, that's why I was like, wait, really? I was like, we're doing this?
We're just committing murder in broad daylight?
Well,
Okay.
that's where I was like, well, maybe I can play Marston evil if I really want to. But then, like, everything else about, like, what everyone was doing and, like, how they at least verbalized their motivations didn't make that seem like it was going to fly, so...
I think we're all genuinely altruistic with a slight murder hobo streak.
I mean, to be fair, we've done, like, I think the least amount of per capita murdering that I've seen in any campaign up to this point. I think
very few murders.
Yeah, there have been, like, obviously, but I think more often than not, our fights end in most of the people either make it out alive or are just unconscious and tied up.
We've taken prisoners. Like, I think that's pretty good as a record.
Yeah, we've definitely killed people though, for sure.
Well,
Yeah, we have.
Mostly self-defense.
One of them was even like tied up and helpless.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
that's all on Igneous.
Yep. Facts.
Anyway,
what do we...
reminisce another time.
So, fan controls.
Yep.
Reversed polarity.
Mm-hmm. Well, stopped polarity, but sure.
Yes. Soon as you set that plan into motion, you hear the fan system, the white noise in the background slowly winding down as the light on the wall switches to a sort of blinking red, notifying that the fans are not in operation.
Okay,
let's
go. Because I'm not putting it on a long delay. I'm putting it on a delay of like a minute, maybe less.
Yep.
I was gonna say less than a minute, probably. Like, I'd say no more than what we thought we could get away with getting through here.
Yeah.
Igneous, I'm gonna need you to roll me an acrobatics check.
Oh, good.
Everybody else is fairly lithe, but you've got a bit of bulk to you.
That's an 8.
I mean, at a plus, he is a dwarf, so he's like smaller. Even though he's just as wide.
They're
as
shorter, but they're about as wide.
Yeah.
And it is a game of width here, I think.
8.
With an 8, as you're going through, you notice you're kind of wedged in one of the bits. Right at the point where if the fan blades did start again, it would go like right across your midsection.
Well, that's not great.
I've
Do
got my armor.
any of
I
us
think I'm
notice
fine.
this?
I mean, I would probably bring it up.
Hey.
Yeah, I might bring it up.
The assistant.
Yeah. Turn around and hopefully pull if.
Tugs.
It might
Alright.
look suspicious if when they come back there's a bisected corpse in the
That's
fan.
why we need to help him. Because it could be suspicious.
It would be. It would pretty much tank the whole mission.
It might.
Yeah,
We don't
and
know.
be dead. That's also like a concern, but you know.
We're not sure. Guys, I have a backup character. It's fine.
I
You
feel
have
like you
another
have a backup
backup.
character as your
Characters
catchphrase,
with
man.
one man need.
Look, all of a sudden, Obsidian's back. It's a heist.
That
He's the
actually
man
would
for
be.
the
Yeah, I was gonna say
job.
no. It would make sense. He's also robbing, or he's also in the middle of robbing this place. It just
Guys,
so happened.
he's already here, okay? He's
run
already
into
here.
events going the opposite direction.
You're gonna meet a strange gnome in the vents, and
he's
it's not
got-
gonna be
he's-
so strange.
He's got one of those like bandanas tied just above his nose, Japanese burglar style.
Yeah, absolutely.
A
I
big
do that with
sack over
every.
his shoulder.
Oh man.
You're just
Rope.
Hokusai from Ranma.
So who's gonna be leading the poll? I imagine Sidwell, and who's gonna be assisting?
I'll grab onto and let us hoist.
All right, Elgavar, roll me a strength check with advantage.
Strength check with advantage.
Wow.
With advantage, that is an 18.
All right. You pull and finally get him in, and about 10 seconds later, the fan begins to again.
Kick back on.
All right,
Well, that was close.
out of the honey tree.
All right, I
And
think
you
we go
notice
back
that
to,
the shaft for the vent in this area is wider. Igneous, you can pretty comfortably stand in here. Everybody else, you gotta sort of slouch a bit. But otherwise, yeah.
I say to the party, like in my head, back to telepathy. I think might echo through this chamber.
Cool. We can do that.
And then I guess start making our way.
Downtown.
Are these just like hewn tunnels then, or are they like the vent shaft that we were in earlier, where they're like fully worked?
Like the vent shaft from earlier.
Okay. Do these ones that go off the side go to more map, or is that just like edge of the building?
Sort of, think egress. It's off map.
Okay.
But
not part of the map.
even with dark vision, it goes off into area you can't see.
Oh, so they go for like a while?
Yeah, sort of winding into the mountain a bit. Likely, exhaust.
Port somewhere, basically.
Yeah. Potentially
we've-
other rooms hiding somewhere.
Yeah. Well, these either go further in or might be somewhere we can just get the hell out from, so keep in mind on those.
Around the time you guys get here in the shaft, I'm gonna have you guys roll a perception check for me.
Perception check, huh?
Yes.
Nat 20. 22.
12.
10.
5.
Those who got over a 15 can hear the faint sound of talking over the sound of air moving past you. Those who got over a 20, you can hear distinct two voices conversing right around the corner of the vent up ahead a little bit. There's a male voice and a female voice. Now,
What are they?
Oh. Now I trust you will be delivering on the board's expectations now that we have funded yet another expansion for your lab? Oh yes. Mr. Silas. Refer to me as Clark. Only my friends call me Silas.
Did you say Flark or Clark?
Clark.
I mean, both of those
Pretty
are
good.
terrible
I
names.
also thought you said Flark, and I was like, damn.
Yep, his name is Flark now. Steven, change it.
Don't
Why you
cave to
gotta do
this peer
Silas
pressure.
dirty like that?
Now, we have graciously given you the funding that you asked for. We expect a better return on our investment this time.
Oh shit! People want returns on investments. That's
That's illegal.
Let
No,
the man
it's,
speak, guys. I want to hear where this is going.
it's the
You tried to make a joint.
Timeshare, bringing it
Abandon it,
back to
Stan.
timeshare.
Abandon. This joke
Oh,
failed.
no.
You took too long.
The timeshare.
It's return
You're like-
on investment. It's the timeshare.
You're like, let me
Oh,
make
no.
a bit, but I'm gonna flounder for like 10 holes.
I couldn't think of the word. I'm sorry.
Well, you've seen, even... I've given you my report of the progress we've made with Victor and adaptive psionics. Yes, we are aware, and we are happy to see that you are capable of doing what we hired you to do. But we want real progress. We want groundbreaking discoveries. So we expect you to move forward at a faster pace than a child's crawl. Am I clear? Yes, sir. You're crystal clear. Now, see me out. Of course, sir. Of course. And the conversation stops.
Psychic leader of the party, I go, well, I think that's a golden opportunity right now.
Yup.
Make it around the corner. I'm assuming seen like vent into this room.
Yep. This one is in the ceiling, looking down. It looks like a well-furnished office with the vent looking down over a very plush-looking desk and chair, as well as a nice rug and several bookshelves.
Well, we have about as long as it would probably take for her to walk out of here, so I think we make this quick. Pop the vent and be about it.
All
Mr.
right.
Steve.
You find yourselves in a nice office. The desk is strewn with a couple of papers as well as a book open to...
Actually, just a second. Before we go into this room, I turn to Igneous and I say, with your stone knowledge, do you think you could figure out which one of these sad tunnels goes to some sort of exit valve into the mountains? If you need to map it out, that would be our escape route right there.
Do I have any idea?
Basically, like between, either this way or this way.
roll me the check.
Oh, that's good. That's 24.
With 24, you feel pretty certain that this one right here would lead to a further into the mountain where it would change into excess air let off that you
Okay,
could
yeah, where it's
potentially
expelling
follow.
air.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's good enough for me. Let's be about it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, we
Well, that
search the room.
All right. Roll me some investigation checks.
I'm gonna use my advantage here.
Same.
I didn't, and I got a 4.
That is
Exactly
a
20 because I
13.
have no bonus.
Kimbryn, you got
15.
a nat 20.
I did.
Marston got a 15. Alex, Elgavar, what did you get? What did you get, Stan?
13.
13. Okay. You guys split up and begin searching around. Kimbryn, you find in the desk is a book with a neatly written label, funding ledger,
Ooh.
Ooh, buddy.
which you would know going into this is the document the Hoplon League was looking for.
Goddamn right it is.
But as you go back to searching, this is mostly topical research, stuff somewhat related to various subjects like geology, the budding field of psionics, various things like that. But you're not finding research notes.
Hey, was Silas the like one thread name that I was able to discover like when we talked about like pre-campaign stuff, or am I misremembering that? Son of a fuck.
You motherfucker.
Just to rewind a bit, when we were in the air vents, when I heard the name Silas, my psychic daggers just kind of like sprung up in both hands and in my tail for a bit, split second before I kind of like regained my composure. But yeah, if
memory.
anything, I've basically only looking for anything about him in this room.
With that, I will say with your 15, once Kimbryn finds the ledger, you begin paging through it a bit, and you see written in it during some of the more recent transactions, SC benefactor Silas Clark.
Right. Well, good job, Kimbryn. I think we got our jackpot right here.
That said, Kimbryn, you've yet to find what you were looking for.
Yeah. Because I'm looking for field notes.
Yes.
I've kind of slowly moved my way over to this door.
All right. Going out into the door?
Is there a window? Solid door? What do I
solid
hear?
wood.
Solid wood.
With your ear to the door, you don't hear anything.
Okay. Does it lock from the inside or outside?
It locks from the inside.
Is it currently locked?
No.
I'm gonna take a look.
All right, you peek out. And you see a large lab, and you notice a number of walls in the lab, but they are made out of what appear to be either glass or crystal. They're clear, and you can see through them to the lab stations inside the little cubicles.
Are these things chairs? These like red?
Yep, stools.
It's like they scream. My first gamer thought brain was exploding barrels.
Yeah, sadly, Incarnate doesn't have a lot of great stools to select from.
I mean, it read as a stool, like, once I thought about it, because I'm like, okay, they're all in front of desks, and they're probably not exploding.
But they could be.
Yeah.
They're exploding stools.
To find out if it's an exploding barrel, and that's to set it on fire.
Yeah, they
hit it-
use exploding barrels as stools.
Dr. Wessels, are you nuclear? No. Could you be?
Hey, you can fission any atom, and everything is made of atoms. So,
It's true, especially people named Adam.
yeah. Those go-
I'm assuming empty. Do I see anybody in here?
You don't.
That's why you do
What?
this.
I'm like taking a hard mental snapshot of this room. I'm assuming this is what I think it is.
Yes. It's a little distorted because you're from there. You're looking through
Yeah, through like
3 separate
several
panes.
panes of glass. But it looks like it's a pretty large chunk. So
Yes. In the center, there is a significant chunk of living rock.
Is it known how this stuff works in any way? Is there like a do this and it destroys it sort of common knowledge
really.
type thing, or not really?
In the centuries since the incident that led to the Grey Wastes and the living rock coming to the Ringworld, there's been a pretty well-established agreement between the nations that tampering with it in any way is a really big no-no.
Okay.
So
Everyone got together and for once was like, this is legitimately too dangerous to...
it's like, this is the
even
closest
fuck
we've
with.
come to extinction, so we're not gonna fuck with this.
And as per usual, there's some people who are like, but science!
Yes.
Looking at you, Stan.
But science.
Assuming I have no quick way to like snag anything in any of these rooms, I'm just gonna slowly shut the door and turn around, heading back to these guys, and looking like I've both seen a ghost and want to kill everybody. Say, we got what we need, we should get the hell out of here.
I still haven't found any field notes.
Well,
That's-
we found for sure proof that this place is as seedy, dangerous, and connected to ill repute as we were warned it might be by our new associates. And I think getting that information out of here is more important than any possible thing else at the moment. No offense, Kimbrin. How about I swear to you that I will spend the rest of my life, if I have to, making sure we find the information you're looking for. But I'm telling you now, we need to get this information out of here. It is vastly important.
If you need to leave, leave. I'm not going until I found what I'm looking for.
I hold my hand out for the book, or for the ledger.
I will give it to you.
If this is where we part ways, I hope I see you again, but I'm not taking the chances. And I immediately head back over to the vent.
All right, Kimbrin. You've given a quick search through the office. Haven't found field notes, but there's still the main research lab.
Yeah, that's where I'm going next.
All right. You look through the door and you see the lab I just described with the crystal wall cubicles with lab stations inside, scattered with various research notes and vials with the large sample of living rock in the center.
Yeah, I'm gonna start looking at the desks, the tables.
As you look in, the cubicles off to your left upon entering looks as though there is sort of an observational lab, an airlock, and way off to the side a larger containment cubicle with forms inside. Whereas off to the side, these two cubicles look a bit more secure, with one of them only accessible through another sealed cubicle.
I'm gonna go to these ones over here on the right.
All right. You notice the lock here on the side, or the door here on the side is locked.
Okay. How sturdy does the door look?
Fairly sturdy, but you feel like with enough force you'd be able to get it busted open.
Yeah, I'm gonna break it.
Alright, give me a strength check.
$19.
19. You feel like it's just about ready to give, but you can't quite get enough force behind it. Elgavar or Igneous, what are you two up to right now? As Kimbrin's trying to force a door.
I'm looking at Kimbrin, and I'm looking at Marston leaving, and I'm just like, I'm running in to look at Kimbrin, and I'm just like, get out of the way here, and I whip out my Traveler's Any tool.
Oh yeah, that'll do.
Crowbar it.
Well, I can make it act as thieves' tools, for which I am doubly proficient.
Oh,
I don't have the dexterity that Marston does, but
even better.
Alright, roll that check.
So D20 roll plus 6. That's an 8.
The lock is somewhat complex, and you're not quite... you're fiddling with it for a little while.
Yeah.
Igneous, what are you
Wait,
up
you rolled
to?
a 2?
I rolled a 2.
Jesus.
Ouch. Not wanting to leave
I
anybody
don't have
in here.
dexterity, but I do have I am proficient.
Igneous will go. You go struggling with a door, and he'll try and bust it.
The
the
Ignean Ram?
In the most gentle way, he'll try and get this door open.
Alright.
The most gentle, brutal way.
Roll me a strength check.
He's just gonna talk it open.
Strength check. 22.
What was that?
22.
Alright, that's enough to, you lean into the door and just start pushing, and finally you feel a snap as, the bit of material keeping the lock secure comes loose and the door swings open.
What's the problem, guys? Let's go.
I'm not Moston. That's what the problem is.
Oh, what are we looking for? It's open now. What are we looking for?
Field notes. Anything about the mountain range, the Grey Wastes?
I'll start digging through stuff.
Alright, you guys, I want another investigation check.
I'm gonna use my advantage on this. Thank God.
22.
14.
17.
Alright, you guys are looking through. Elgavar, you end up over in this other bit of the lab station, and you find a couple of dense, small notebooks where they're about 3 times as thick as they normally would have been when they started, just from all the little leaflets of paper and how weathered the paper has become, of expedition notes to the Grey Wastes, Vilros Mere, and a third location. Oh, it is 350. Thank you for that note. And a third location simply labeled as Site Beta.
I'm gonna grab all of them and throw them into my bag.
You found it?
Yes, let's go.
Alright, we book it. To the air vent.
Let's see, Kimbrin, you got a 17?
I did.
Okay, and Igneous, what did you get, a 14?
14, yeah.
Alright, Kimbrin, you also find, in the section that you are, a manila folder labeled Project Victor.
Oh shit, okay. Taking that. And I assume Igneous finds $40,000 in small bills.
Yes.
Oh,
Igneous is actually the, Igneous is the turncoat. He's actually working for the lab.
You thought I was the safety inspector.
Now he finds 40,000 in credits, which is a dead currency. Congratulations.
Oh.
I mean, it's
Oh
true.
my
Like, there are some Star Wars
Confederate
credits on this world, but nobody spends credits here.
My credits are no good here?
Nope.
They also don't
Alright,
like
I'll
you very
take
much.
calamari flan.
Doesn't mean anything.
Calamari flan.
Yeah, from The Mandalorian.
Credits will do
Yeah.
fine.
No, they won't.
No, they won't.
I want you guys to roll me a perception check.
I want you to roll me a perception check.
Nat 20.
Oh!
19.
I rolled an 18 for a 19.
Okay, so 2 19s. You guys, being nearest the open door,
A
can
bunch
hear...
of clones show up.
Oh no.
You guys hear the sound of voices coming from outside the door over here.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
We go. All stealthy like.
All right, you guys begin your egress.
I don't want to
Okay.
egress. I want to leave.
Halls of egress.
Good episode.
Yeah,
I want to digress.
very surreal. Loved it.
Just so we're left with no regress. You should really get out.
All right. You guys make your way back into the room. Kimbryn's probably not going to have a problem with this. The vent for this room is in the ceiling. Igneous, how are you getting up there?
Fuck if I know. Is there a chair?
Yes, there is a chair.
Alright, I'm standing on a chair.
Standing on a chair.
What do you mean, how am I getting up there? I know how gravity works. Stand on a chair.
Let's see, a dwarf standing on a chair, could that reach a ceiling?
I mean, Algavar could just lift him up.
I'm a
That'd probably,
dwarf, I can't even...
that'd probably be less conspicuous than the chair.
I'm a dwarf and this is stone. You mean I can't just spider climb like Smeagol?
No, you can't.
I don't know why that was the first thing I thought of. Was just creepy climb my way out of here.
No, you cannot.
Creepy crawl.
Can we get a subclass for D&D only available to halflings of being
the rope.
Smeagol?
Just Smeagol. Pretty sure that was just Obsidian, even though he was a gnome. Pretty sure he was just.
So yeah,
He was just Smeagol.
for... I should have done this for Marston as well. Athletics checks for you guys to get up into the event.
I don't know why you thought I would be good at that.
You're a monk. I figured you could just jump up into the vent.
Well, that's not athletics.
Yes, it is. Jumping is athletics.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm good at acrobatics, not athletics. That's what I meant.
Woohoo! 21.
Do a backflip into the vent.
Oh,
I
wait,
would-
you want me to athletics?
If I can acrobatics my way into the vent, I will.
Athletics is a 21. Come on, I got hops.
All right.
Thick legs.
Contrary to what I was thinking, Elgavar and Igneous make it up just fine. Kimbryn, roll me an acrobatics.
I can throw him in the vent before I go in. I can just chuck him in the vent.
Yeah, acrobatics for
This armor is
Kimbryn.
just much lighter.
Yeah,
I'm a lot more nimble in this light armor, you know,
What'd you get?
or in this infiltrator armor.
A 12.
12. You get enough height through some monk chicanery to grab onto Igneous's hand, and he pulls you up.
And
Now,
we're
follow-up question. Are you guys replacing the vent as best you can?
Yes.
alternatively, this is where I could leave the vial of alchemist's fire and cabbages.
That is true.
I mean,
Do we
her
need
office,
to or not?
her office does appear to be made of wood.
Yeah, and like just to note, at this point, we've stolen enough stuff that I'm pretty sure they'll notice somebody's been here. So I feel like the next thing we could just do is, you know, cause a little bit of property damage. More importantly, if we burn this room, it means that they don't know what we took.
True.
Fair.
Also, based on the composition of the rest of this place, everything else is stone. So, like, in theory, this room would burn and nothing else would.
Exactly. It might choke up the air, but it's not like it's gonna release the living rock upon humanity.
I don't want to leave behind a fire when we are escaping into the vents.
Yeah, it's gonna. This is
Well-
the exhaust vent. It's gonna follow
Yeah,
us
but
up.
the air's actually coming. So, like, based on where, like, the air's coming into the room from the vent, not going out.
No, this was the exhaust vent, right?
No, the fan, like, the big fan was sucking air into this tunnel.
Yep, because we're going the outward vent. Air is being pushed out the way we're going.
Even we need
Any
some
smoke-
relation clarification.
Don't worry about smoke coming into the vent.
Okay,
Oh.
then sure. Light her up.
All right, I'm gonna drop a vial of alchemist fire, some cabbages, and some copper in this room. And leave like it's the worst fart ever.
Because
It
I will
is.
freely admit, I thought of the fans and the vents at 3 a.m. last night when I was throwing the map together, though the specifics aren't great. But it's a heist.
all good.
So
It's
fuck
fun.
logic.
Yeah,
All we're
it's,
doing is torching her office, set her research back, and disguise the fact that we took what we took. It's
Yeah,
all
like
good.
less than, 15 minutes after she just got scolded by a benefactor. What's the worst that could happen to her?
hopefully she'll just be murdered.
Illegal weapons, so pretty sure she gets whatever the fuck is coming to her.
All right. I gotta be bouncing here. It's about 4 o'clock.
Yep. We will wrap up
Uh,
here.
All right. Have a good day.
Back.
See you,
See you, Stan.
Heist!
We did it. Heisted.
This was-
This was a hell of a lot of fun.
And you guys avoided all the fights I had set up.
I mean, that's what a good heist should do, right? If you plan
Yeah.
correctly, there should be no combat.
Nah, I don't know about that.
I mean,
Okay,
I feel
questions,
very
comments,
satisfied
concerns?
with how this went. I feel like the avoided fights were all close calls. I think there was a couple different times where it almost went tits up. So
You definitely had to work
Uh,
for it.
yeah, it did not feel too easy. It felt suspenseful. I think you pulled it off.
Yeah, it was appropriately difficult.
I appreciate that.
I'm a little bit stressed, but not a lot stressed, which is right where you want to be.
And I love that as a bonus thing, we're burning down our office. That's just icing on the cake.
I mean, I had a nice walk through the park, so. Whew.
Yeah, questions, comments, concerns?
Are we cutting it right here, or at like we all basically like they make it out into the mountains and like no sign
Yeah.
of Marston nearby? I'm assuming like this literally like the mountain range nearby, sort of like anywhere in like the paths or areas that we climbed up to the Stormcaller previously, just
Yeah.
like somewhere in the mountains, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, we're right behind you. Like, it wasn't that long.
Fair enough. But I mean, like I probably had what, like a minute on you guys? Maybe
About
not quite.
5.
Oh, 5 minutes? Okay. Yeah, well.
Yeah, it's not that much.
All right.
Yeah, glad you guys
Hell
enjoyed.
yeah.
See you
Yeah.
when we emerge, but you probably see us, you know?
First, you see the smoke trickle.
Yeah, I was
up
gonna
the
say, I
vent.
probably, if I'm climbing down like the mountains, I probably see the smoke before I see anything else.
Hear panic screams in the distance.
Yeah. All of you, as you're climbing up, you hear alerts beginning to echo through the vents of the alarm being sounded in the facility.
Those boys
Yeah.
made me proud.
Godspeed,
yeah,
Spider-Man.
Call it there. I'm glad you guys enjoyed.
Heck yeah.
Turns out it's a bit of a headache writing a heist.
It is.
I bet. I hope you had fun running it. At least.
Oh yeah.
I feel like you,
Um,
because like I was like, there when you said the name, I'm like, why does that sound familiar? Because I'm like, I know there was a guy I was specifically looking for, and then I was like, I'm pretty sure it was Silas. I'm pretty sure that was the name.
Also, if I
Uh.
can direct people's attention over here while the map is still open.
Yep.
You guys didn't go into the research, or the weapons research lab. To
Correct.
find
Look.
some goodies.
I mean, it's not what we were here for. Like,
Look, okay,
Oh.
here's the thing. Doing the Star Wars campaign with Steven, I fucking know there were goodies in here, but I had no reason to be like, we should check every room. Even though my loot goblin screamed, I want to check every goddamn room because he's gonna have some good shit in here.
I am
like this room was the loot goblin room.
Yeah,
like I gave you guys no reason to go there, but there was some goodies if you did.
Yeah, but you know where Igneous wanted to go.
You even told us weapons research. Like I get it. I'm 100% the type of player that doesn't do that type of shit. I don't like breach and clear whole like dungeons. I don't like unless that's what you're there for. Unless like the whole point is to like go somewhere and ransack the whole place. Like my first thought as a player is never we got to make sure we get all the cool shit in here. It's always like objective and task oriented sort of play.
Yeah.
See, I want to find every secret that something has, and at the same time, that is not the character I'm playing right now. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
I would argue it is.
It should have become extremely obvious in her office. Marston was here for a very specific reason, and he got it, and he got out.
Yep. Confirmation that the consortium has been dabbling into experiments with the living rock.
And possibly the man that I'm looking for is in... Oh, and for sure that he's at least in town here. I have a question for the Better Heisting League as soon as we
God damn it.
Start up our...
If it had another name, I have already forgotten it.
Hoplon League?
The Bronze Hoplon League.
Bronze Hoplon League.
Bronze Bunny Hoplon League.
It's not memorable. Better Heisting League, I will always remember that.
I mean, we can call it that in our hearts.
Yeah.
In my heart, it's bad guys hire losers. Okay.
Nah, man. That means we're the losers.
Getting hired by bad guys.
Yeah, that's like the worst possible thing to be named.
Yeah, you know what? From the church's perspective, that's exactly what just happened.
Also, that name suggests the consortium is the good guys.
You know what? We'll never know.
I mean, that's a spicy twist.
It's a very twisty twist.
Yeah. Alex is on to the third act, where it turns out Piranesi is running the consortium, and...
Knew it!
See? I told you the whole time.
No, but if they're the good guys, that means we've been working with Piranesi. We've been working with the good guys.
Yeah.
So the BBEG is...
No, where are the BBEGs now?
Democracy?
Oh no! Please, this is too political now. I can't.
All right, bring back Star Wars campaign. I want knowledge bureaucracy checks from everybody.
I'm assuming did Amanda just have to leave because life stuff, or okay.
Yeah, a lot of stuff coming up. So
this passenger became the BBEG.
Yeah, I know she'd missed like 3 sessions in a row, 2, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
So I'm unfortunate, but hopefully everything works out with her.
Yeah. Like, obviously, not going to strong arm somebody into playing my campaign.
No,
of course.
Yeah.
It's gonna be weird not having Telceris as part of like the storyline, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is like this at least felt like I think we were talking about it weeks ago. I was like, this is like the most likely place that she might, or they might, like leave as a character.
Yeah. Like the soft retire is that with all of like the string pulling they were doing for like family connections, like it came back to bite them, and their family got involved.
Okay.
So like there's still the opening for coming back.
Okay. Did we like I was gonna say like I'm assuming they just kind of ghosted us then didn't get a chance to like tell us what was going on, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, all right. I'm gonna head out.
I don't
had a lot of fun.
think there's anything specific for 2 weeks from now. So yeah, next session is July 2nd.
Cool.
Pending nobody is away for the 4th of July.
Nope.
Oh wait, no, yeah, I will be on the 4th, but not the 2nd. I'll be around.
Yeah. Like, the 4th is a Tuesday, so...
Yeah. I'm going on a trip with my family.
Gotcha.
Nice. Where are you going?
Some cabin, or some, like, we got some cabins about, like, 3 hours from here. I can't remember the name of the place.
Cool.
But we got them from, like, Saturday to Saturday. I work on Monday. So I couldn't head out right away, but I'll be able to, like, leave Monday right after work and be there through the weekend. So I'm looking forward to it. I've never really gone on a trip for, like, the 4th or anything, because, like, growing up, my grandparents, like, had a big lake house, and they had, neighbors they were good friends with on both sides. So it was pretty much just like neighbors, their families, our family, all celebrating and having fun.
Sure.
Big picnic style, like, for the 3 families, basically, out at the lake.
Hmm.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to it, especially since it was looking like I wouldn't be able to, but I got an exception from work that I could take the time off, even though it was blocked off as can't take the time off. I played the sad mom card, and my supervisor was like, "All right."
Nice.
Anyway, I'll catch you guys in a couple weeks.
Yeah, late.
Oh! My goodness. How dare you... How dare you slander Silas like that?
What?
How dare you drag Silas through... No, I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say, I don't
You
think
said
I've introduced it.
You said Silas, and I about shit myself. That's all I'm saying.
How do you know
Silas?
Silas?
My fucking basilisk droid?
Oh, right!
You used the name Silas, and I about freaked the fuck out, alright? Yeah.
Oh, right!
I almost freaked the fuck out, and then I was like, I'll play it cool.
Oh, right, the basilisk. I named the basilisk Silas.
Oh my god, you forgot.
Yeah.
In MetaMind, Alex is like, oh my god, we're chasing a humanoid like, he became like a dragon, and now he's in human form or something. Like, he became a metallic or a chromatic, like, the world morphed him into a dragon, and now he can shape change. He's a silver dragon. But, he might be evil.
You didn't leave Silas, did you? You didn't leave him behind.
I can't remember. No, he crashed. I didn't roll that force point, so he got stuck behind a door, I think, or he got destroyed or something.
Oh, right! He sacrificed himself.
Yeah, because I didn't roll that one last point. I got a 19 on that dex check instead of fucking 20, and I should have just rolled it because I had like 4 force points
Yeah,
left.
he like held like a collapsing ceiling up so you guys could get out.
Yeah. I immediately thought that... I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, man.
You had me fucking going ballistic over here very silently. I was like, what?
Yeah, like, this is between you and me and the stream I haven't ended yet, but Silas Clark, SC, Sigma Consortium.
Oh no. I mean, couldn't have guessed. No, but it's like a basilisk or something.
The
Losing
benefactor's
my
just a
goddamn
war
mind. Dude, that would be fucking crazy though. And he was already like thousands of years old, like
yeah,
a
like when you guys found him,
5,000
he was like 4,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a 5,000-year-old basilisk war droid. That's fucking insane. So yeah, that's what was going through my brain. I was like, I'm gonna
Oh
let
man.
everybody be. I was like, I'm just gonna let everybody be blindsided by this because it's way funnier that way.
And the punchline was, I too was blindsided.
You were like, oh yeah.
I'm like, did I
Oh.
introduce two Silases to two different backstories? Like, I know I like the name, but I thought I was a bit more on the ball.
Yes and no.
Oh,
Oh
that's
my
funny.
god, it's so funny. So good. I was just like, losing my goddamn mind.
Oh man.
Yeah, so that's what I was sitting over here doing for the last little bit. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, no, he would have that Silas would have had a much harder time getting in and out of that office.
Yeah, exactly. Holy shit.
That said, could definitely do some rumors about a silver, quote unquote, silver dragon around Vilrosmere.
Dude, it would be so good. It would make so much sense. Oh, I'm gonna let you have fun with that, with remembering that little nugget, because that would be fucking amazing.
Thank you for the reminder.
Oh fuck, now I know. Okay, so out of all the tiny tidbits of bullshit that I've actually like not fully written, but like noted in my phone of things that I want to write for my D&D world, I'm definitely naming. I have a legendary silver dragon warrior that's just like pops up throughout history. Yeah, his name is definitely gonna be Silas now. Oh my
Oh,
god. Oh, that is something. I
that's
love
funny.
it. It's so good. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for this to just happen and just so good. Oh my god. All right. I got to go walk the dog before it rains.
Have fun. I need to go to Costco.
Oh, I got to load up on those groceries.
Oh, actually, I need to go buy a printer.
That is a much different thing.
It is. Yeah, I got my physical qualifiers packet for Antarctica, so I need to start doing my medical evals. But to do that, I also need to print off the PQ packets to take with. And I
Gotcha.
figured it was a good enough excuse to get around to buying a printer.
Fair enough.
So,
Oh,
stream, hope you enjoyed as much as we did. See y'all next
they
time.
did. They didn't. They couldn't have. There's no way.
Yeah, and it was also impressive. Like, I think for pretty much the entirety of it, we've had 3 viewers on this stream.
Yeah.
So,
Noticed.
that's fun.
Hopefully they're enjoying.
I know. Not sure if Rova stuck around or if it's just somebody else, but it's definitely appreciated. It's been a while since I've had consistent 3 viewers. Not if I could just do it for a while longer and get that affiliate.
Overrated. Followers are where it's at.